here? Okay, Germany. Right. The thing is that what the topic we're going to be talking about today is about post approval process, right? Which sometimes it related a lot with the context of each country. So I would encourage you to participate in the discussion because some of them may not apply to you. Some of them, maybe you can tell us that what's happening in your country, okay? So we have the two models that we're going to be presenting to you today. One from the Philippines and another one from Thailand. And many of us should recognize that the post-approval process is very important. Okay? The guideline that came out last year from the WHO benchmarking emphasized a lot on the post-approval process. Most of you are ethics committee members, right? Yes? You're familiar with this term, right? I mean, post-approval process. Yes. So if you review only the initial review, you already done half of your job. The more important one is the post-approval, okay? Because things happening after you approve and they do the job and they conduct the study, a lot of things happening. You have to be on top of it. So at the moment, the mechanism to monitor that, if it is a sponsored trial, meaning to say the clinical trial, the pharmaceutical trial, the sponsor will be looking after that, the monitoring. But for the investigator-initiated trial, that is a problem because nobody is really follow up on that. When I go and visit different ethics committee, I say, oh, do you have any protocol deviation? I say, no, we don't have anything. Do you have any SAE report? No, we don't have that. Our investigator is very good. I said, is it so? The thing is, the ethics committee play a very passive role then. You just wait for them to report. If they don't report, you don't review. So that's why we are giving this training to make sure that we all understand that it is, for me, even more important than the initial review, because that's where things happen, and if you don't monitor on that, then it's the issues, okay? So with that, we will, first of all, just like I said, that I would like to encourage you to participate in discussion because it's very much context related, okay? So you can share your experience in your country. So we have these two models. From the Philippines, the speaker would be what, online, no? Yes? Yeah, some will be online. But for Thailand participant will be here, okay? All right, so with that, I give the floor to Christina. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we're very happy to see many people attending this pre-conference training. Every year, we try to find out what are the needs of the Research Ethics Committee related to their performance, And this year, we are focusing on post-approval procedures. What do we mean by post-approval procedures? After an ethics committee has approved a specific protocol, the guidelines will say that the ethics committee should provide continuing review. And continuing review means we monitor the implementation of the protocol in accordance with the protocol that we have approved. However, in our experience, there are many violations. And the ethics committee is not doing enough. In my country, the FDA has written the body that is in charge of ethics committee to say the ethics committees are not doing enough to ensure that there is good implementation of the protocols that they have approved. I think we need to understand that institutional review boards are the regulators at the grassroots level, which means we are responsible for researches that we approve for our institution. The national regulatory authorities are in charge of the national implementation. But at the grassroots level, it is the job of the ethics committee to ensure that researches are being done in accordance with international and national guidelines. And that is what FERCAP has been trying to promote. In FERCAP, I think we have already tried to show how quality initial review can be done. And I think we have made some strides in that. So we say you have to look at the scientific soundness, you have to look at the risk, the vulnerability, privacy, confidentiality, conflicts of interest, informed consent. And we have come up with standard operating procedures in FERCAP, which have been promoted in various countries. So personally, I think that we have improved in initial review, because when we visit an ethics committee, we observe board meeting, we take note of their deficiencies, and we say, you try to improve on this. No? However, when it comes to continuing review, monitoring the implementation of the protocol in accordance with the documents approved by the IRB, I think there are many missing elements. And for this reason, we are doing this training, because the guidelines, starting from ICH GCP, which will have its third revision next year, it's going to be revised. Declaration of Helsinki has already come up with the 2024 version. So guidelines are changing, and then WHO has approved the global benchmarking tool for research ethics committees. So the environment is becoming more complex, and I think there are many things that the research ethics committees need to know. And therefore, it is for this reason that one of our objectives in this particular conference is to update the ethics committees about these new guidelines, share experiences. So you will find out tomorrow, in the next 2 days, they will talk about electronic IRBs, they will talk about training, they will talk about monitoring the implementation, they will talk about surveys of participants, surveys of researchers. So I think we need to improve on the system. We need to improve on the research ethics committee system so that it involves the commitment of all stakeholders. So the regulators are at the top, but at the local level, at the site, you have the institution, and the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool now will not limit itself to the responsibilities of the IRB, but is now talking about the role of the institution to ensure that there is integrity and ethics in research. So that's a new thing, So at the institutional level, we have the investigator, we have the Research Ethics Committee, and then there are many committees now, like Research Integrity Office, that will look at violations of research integrity. There's publication. So all of these things, are being linked to one another, and I think we need to improve on the performance of the Institutional Review Board. Now, I would like to emphasize that the bottom line for the IRB is to ensure, one, scientific soundness, We come from academic institutions, and I do not worry too much about scientific soundness, but we worry a lot about ethical compliance. So the two cannot be separated. Soundness, scientific soundness, and ethical compliance should come together. And this is what we're going to talk about in trying to improve the post-approval procedures, meaning after you have approved a protocol, what do you do to ensure that the protocol is being done in accordance with what has been approved by the Institutional Review Board. So that's the purpose of this training. May I have my slides now? But it's not appearing here. It's not in my screen. So I have to look like that. Can somebody come here? It's there. But you have to move my...
No, it will come.
Can you move my thing? I do not know. It's there, but you
Yes,
did not put
it will
this
come.
thing there.
They asked you to get the bigger one there.
Right, but I have to move there.
So you can,
You can see it.
okay.
And I can control it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
This is next and this is previous.
All right. Okay.
The down one is next.
You can just look there.
All right. So I would like to begin this training with our own experience. It's about experience sharing. So PH refers to the Philippines. And what are the FDA findings during site inspection of clinical trials? This is about new drugs. This is about new vaccines, new medical device. And the regulatory system would assign the role to the Food and Drug Administration in the Philippines. So it varies from one country to another, but the role of the regulator is very important because they are the ones that will approve any new drug, any new vaccine, and any new medical device before it is made available to the country. They have to grant a marketing authorization. Now, how did this happen? Also, the Philippine FDA started its clinical inspection, and why is this so? So, this is about the WHO resolution, talking about regulatory system strengthening. And that was the resolution adopted as early as May 2014, which says they recognize the importance of strong regulatory systems to a well-functioning healthcare and the attainment of health-related, SDGs and universal healthcare, sustainable goals, development goals. So, WHO came up with the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool for regulators. And later on, they came up with the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool for research ethics committees. In other words, there has to be convergence of the regulatory system with the IRB system. So this is the thing that came out of WHO. So WHO says member states should reach and sustain effective regulatory oversight of medical products, meaning products that are available in the pharmacies, new products, through a regulatory systems strengthening program. And they want to build capacity of member states consistent with good regulatory practices to promote regulatory cooperation, convergence, and transparency through working, networking, and work-sharing reliance. So the goal is to promote access to quality assured medical products. I think we should all be familiar that you just cannot sell any product in the market. It needs to undergo clinical trials. It needs to undergo oversight of the regulators, and they look for evidence before they will allow a new product to be sold in the market. no? So this is the regulatory initiative. And you know, in the Philippines, we have been very lax, no, about the regulatory functioning related to clinical trials. No? But what happened was the WHO conducted an audit of our regulator. No? They conducted an audit of the Food and Drug Administration. And after the audit, and you know, during that audit, we in the ethics committees were called by the WHO team to explain our side because they also saw so many violations of the ethics committee, you know. And after that, the result was that they pointed out the deficiencies of the regulatory system and the IRBs, you know, and they said, all right, Philippine government has to come up with a 5-year action plan to address all of these weaknesses. And therefore, last year and this year, they conducted inspections of the clinical trial sites. They conducted inspection of the investigator. They conducted inspection of the IRBs. They conducted inspection of the sponsors. And true enough, there were many violations. You know? And therefore, we in the ethics committees, we have to talk to them and ask them. That was the good result. We started communicating with each other. What is it that we need to do so that we will improve on our regulatory system? It's system. No? It's not only the job of one investigator, one sponsor, or one IRB. No? It is a system that would have to be put in place. And therefore, in my presentation today, this is about clinical trials. No? But there's another type of researches, no, approved by the Ethics Committee about investigator-initiated research. In our experience in research ethics committees, we classify protocols into two. One is pharmaceutical-sponsored research, and that one has very strict rules, and it is the role of the FDA to make sure that the clinical trials are being done in accordance with international guidelines and local regulations. So that's more strict. But what about the investigator-initiated research? They are not proposing new drugs. They use the drugs that are available, and there are many types of investigator-initiated researches. There are public health researches, there are social science researches, there are biomedical researches, name it. No? The Ethics Committee will review all of them. But when it comes to post-approval, is there any monitoring that is done? Some would have. You know, in JCI now, people are telling me, those hospitals that were evaluated by the Joint Commission International, that's very expensive. No? You have to show that you have the best practices. They are starting to interview participants in clinical research to find out if they know what is their role and if the investigators and the researchers are doing their job. So that's the new development. It's not only about pharmaceutical-sponsored research, because most of the new products are sponsored by pharmaceutical companies, you know, or well-known researchers in Europe, in US, you know. But still, they need to comply with international regulations, and that is ICH GCP, in the conduct of the study. Otherwise, they will not be given the marketing authorization. So that's the background. You know? We are living in a very complex world. You know, in my country, the investigators will say, oh, we have been doing this the last 30 years. Now your ethics committees only came about recently, and you're telling us that you know more? You know, they're very defensive. But we tell them, regulations change, scientific methodologies change, the environments change, And therefore, even if you're doing it in the last 30 years, you need to know what are the new regulations and you have to comply. No? So, it means what? Lifetime learning, lifelong learning, no? For all of us. No? And I think that in FERCAP, this is what we try to achieve, that we try to make you familiar of the new developments related to research and related to health research particularly. So, I will talk about the protocol violation and deviation that the Philippine FDA found. But please take note, this is about pharmaceutical-sponsored research. These are GCP-based protocols. And the international regulation is it has to comply with the International Conference on the Harmonization of Good Clinical Practice. Otherwise, you are cited for violations. So, here, this is about the protocol. They try to classify what were the violations. And these are the protocol violation and deviation that they cited as violations. And they classify them into three. Critical, they're following the US FDA classification. Critical, meaning they might even disapprove, no? And terminate your study because this is a critical violation. Remember, the bottom line is scientific soundness and safety of participants. That's the scientific soundness, and that's the ethical compliance. No? So, what are some of their findings? No? Deviations from the eligibility criteria related to the proper diagnosis of patients. No? What did they find in the Philippines? You know, during COVID, there were many countries doing clinical trials in the Philippines. No? It was not only US, Europe, or Japan. There was Korea, there was China, you know, all the countries that wanted to develop COVID products, vaccines, drugs, you know. There were Indian pharmaceutical companies. They all came into the Philippines because we had a very high incidence of COVID. They will go to a country where there is the epidemiological rationale, no? Where they will find many people with COVID, and we had very high COVID, and everybody was there. But what did they find out? Eligibility criteria is about inclusion-exclusion criteria. And the inclusion criteria, I sit in the Central Ethics Committee in the Philippines. The inclusion criteria says you must be COVID naive, you have no COVID, and you must not have been vaccinated. That was the eligibility criteria in order to qualify for participation in the clinical trial for vaccine. Why? Because they want to find out whether this new vaccine will prevent you from getting COVID. So that was the inclusion criteria. Of course, exclusion, if you already had COVID, you have comorbidities, and you already were vaccinated. You know what we found out? And I'm doing a project with Oslo. No? They enroll in the different sites, and they deny that they have been vaccinated. There was emergency use authorization in the Philippines. The government was requiring everyone to be vaccinated, and yet they still enroll in the clinical trial. So it's a violation of the eligibility criteria. How do you know which one is more effective? Which vaccine is more effective when you receive so many types of vaccine? And why was this so? Because they wanted to earn money. No? We were paying $50 per visit. That was the rate approved by the Ethics Committee. And they had 4 visits, all right? So that amounts to how much? $200, right? So they enroll. And no one bothered to look whether people were enrolling in multiple clinical trials. See? So what happened? Later on, the FDA found out, and they said, you better screen again the participants. And you know what are the things that they used? No? They checked the identification card. This was the procedure of FDA to flash out all multiple enrollees. No? They check on the QR code, particularly of infants, and they found out that the QR code refers to another individual. It was a major violation. How will you achieve scientific integrity with multiple enrollment? And how do you achieve ethical compliance? I was interviewing participants and I asked, how many of you were vaccinated by government? I have 15 participants in front of me. I was doing an FGD. How many of you received vaccination from the government? They all raised their hands, 15. How many of you are involved in clinical trials? They again raised their hand. So I said, are you qualified to join the clinical trial when you have already been vaccinated by government? They said, well, we did not know. That's their excuse. I said, you're not afraid to die? That's overdose. And they said, we need the money. That's more urgent than anything else. But what's the accountability of investigator? You're not screening them. You're not explaining the informed consent to them. You just accept anyone because investigators are paid by the number of enrollees that they are able to participate in the study. It's per head. You get paid per head. And the more you have, the better. What about the ethics committee? Ethics committee trusts the investigator. But you find that out after audit. So, the first violation that they saw was about the eligibility criteria. And after they found out, they said, remove these people. No? They went through the database and they found out, because you do not have names in the database, but you will see the same socio-demographic profile, you will see the same comorbidities, So now, FDA decided, suspend enrollment. Clear your database first. And they had to remove everyone, who will have the same demographic, socio-demographic profile as the others. And so, what was the result? Suspension. It's good they did not terminate. But one ethics committee terminated the study. What is the effect when an ethics committee terminates a study? You can no longer use the data from the site. So the sponsor is very angry. They said the investigator should pay the sponsor for all the wrong things that has happened in his site. So I think up to now, they're trying to threaten the investigator with legal case. That was one thing. But we also have an investigator who was not paid by the sponsor. The sponsor stopped paying the investigator, and what did the investigator do? The investigator stopped following up the participants. And the ethics committee made him explain. He said, but I did not get paid. Is that sufficient reason for an investigator to stop the follow-up? You leave everyone hanging, You use your participants to force the sponsor to pay you. So all these things happened during COVID, you see. So there were many violations, and therefore the FDA started inspecting, and they said, you better clean it up. And then told the ethics committee, you should do site visits when you see many violations. But the ethics committee is only saying, noted, no further action, original approval upheld. Everything is minor, no major violation. So, FDA said, ethics committee is not doing its job. See? So, what happened? We told all those who were involved, no, in the approval of this protocol to do site visit. But you know, they do not know how to do site visit. They will look at the place, oh, very nice. It's air conditioned, you know. Very nice cabinets with lock and keys. And then they report to us, everything is perfect. They do not look at the documents. They do not look at the informed consent. They do not interview. They just do an ocular inspection. That is not what a site visit is all about. So today we will discuss examples of site visit. It is a mini audit that you do on a specific site to check if they have implemented the protocols that you have approved. And this is one of the skills that we want ethics committees to learn. We want you how to learn to review amendments. You know, one ethics committee, this was cited by FDA, approved the sample size of 50. The next month, they increased it to 150. The third month, they increased it to 600. And then the violations were more than the recruitment. Another ethics committee does not have the proper office to manage it, and again, there were many violations. But an ethics committee is supposed to look at the protocol, the informed consent, the investigator, the site, and even the advertisement. Did we do that? We just say, everything approved, everything very good, the plan is good, but the monitoring is not done. The implementation is bad. So these are the things that we found out. So that's critical. Deviation from the protocol was not communicated by the site team to the sponsor, and this deviation, you take note, they do not differentiate deviation and violation, because in the ethics committee, oh, if it's deviation minor, original approval upheld. If it's reported as violation, they will say, oh, okay, we take a second look. That's now how it is defined. You have to look at the impact of the deviation and the violation. All right, so the deviation are not communicated, and there was no amendment. That's still critical. Major, no amendment submitted to the IRB for the implemented deviation or changes in the protocol. What did we see? You see, we in the ethics committee took a second look. The investigational product did not come on time. The reagent did not come on time because these need import permits, And therefore, they changed the reagent. Of course, it's already a violation because that was not the original approval, right? But it was not reported. What should have been done is that there should have been an amendment to say this reagent is going to be changed to another reagent. Otherwise, it still remains as a violation. So that's major. Critical, I think you risk suspension or termination. If it's major, maybe some of these things could still be remedied. That remedial measures may be enough. So we have to differentiate. No, not everything is minor. I did not put the minor things here anymore. All right. So first about the protocol. Do they comply with the original protocol that was approved by the IRB? Many ethics committees, you make the investigator present the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is different from the written protocol. So what are you approving? Are you approving the PowerPoint or are you approving the document that was submitted to you? It should be the document because PowerPoint is not the basis for the approval of an ethics committee. See? It has to be the revision of the document that was reviewed by the ethics committee. All right, so that's about protocol violation. The next one is about informed consent violation. It says the investigator or person designated by the investigator failed to obtain and document informed consent or reconsent from a trial subject after enrollment and administration of the investigational product. What are the protocol violations we see? They started randomization, they started extraction of blood when informed consent has not been taken yet. That's a violation of good clinical practice. So that's critical. And maybe you need to reconsent, or maybe you need to remove them from the list of participants. Major, the written informed consent was not signed and personally dated by the subject or the subject's legally acceptable representative prior to commencement of clinical trial procedure. So this is about documentation, and that is a violation. The site team failed to use the correct version of the informed consent for most of the subjects. This is common in investigator-initiated research. The informed consent has no version number. So they submit to you the first version, and then you say, revise the informed consent. So the revision must be version 2, and they have to use version 2. But no one cares to look at the version number. So when you go there, you find out they're still using the original consent form. It was not revised. That's what? A major violation. That's why the rule is you must have the version number and the date of the informed consent so that when you do a site visit, you know exactly that this is the version that you have approved. All right, investigational product now. Failure to maintain required handling and storage condition of investigational products resulting to deterioration and contamination. This was about COVID again, you remember? Pfizer had to be maintained at very low temperatures. And if you do not have the necessary refrigeration facility, then some of the products may no longer be used. See? So that was a critical violation because you are no longer sure if the product is able to maintain its safety and efficacy. Major, the product lacks GMP. What's GMP? Good Manufacturing Practice Certificate of Analysis. And therefore, in pharmaceutical-sponsored research, we require the GMP analysis to be submitted to the Ethics Committee. The product was utilized outside the approved protocol by individuals who are not enrolled in the study. So you say, oh, I'm a participant, but I want my daughter to be vaccinated as well. Investigator says, okay, bring her in. That's violation because there's very strict reckoning of the use of the investigational products. No? You take note that the things that I'm citing are based on ICHE 6R2. That's the second revision of GCP. And take note, these are all in chapters 4. 4 is about the role of the investigator. The Ethics Committee has the responsibility to monitor if the investigator is implementing the clinical trial in accordance with GCP and in accordance with the protocol that has been approved by the regulator for clinical trials for new investigational drugs and by the IRB. So, and then they ask, what did the Ethics Committee think about this? Did they do a site visit? Yes, they did a site visit, but they only did an ocular inspection, no? Looking whether the room is air-conditioned, looking if there are nice chairs, you know, and tables, you know, looking if it's accessible, files are in order. That's not enough to do a site visit. No? So I think we should revise our SOPs about site visits. Documentation now. You see, in GCP, if it is not written down, it did not happen. GCP is very strict on documentation. Major, adverse event report was not signed and graded a seriousness level by the investigator. What do we find in the IRBs? And I'm going to cite this later on in the SAE reporting. The sponsor will say, this SAE is not related. Investigator will say the same. They will only copy what the sponsor said. Then it is reported to the IRB, and the IRB follows the analysis of the sponsor. So IRB only says, noted, no further action, even if people are dying. Noted, no further action. Sorry that somebody died. I've been sitting in the Single Joint Review Ethics Board in the Philippines, and I have not seen an SAE that is classified as related. So I was asking them when we had training last week, is it true that in the Philippines, no SAE is related? No one does the analysis. You only follow what the sponsor wants to say. So, again, that is an issue. And what are some examples I could cite? A urologist enrolled all his patients in COVID vaccine clinical trial. No matter what kind of problems they have, whether it is mild, moderate, or severe, he enrolled all of them. Then someone with severe urological problem, died. And he says, oh, it's not the COVID vaccine that caused the death. What's the issue? It's a protocol violation. It's not related, but it is a trial-related injury because you enrolled someone who is not qualified. And who's accountable? The investigator is accountable. The sponsor should help. We talk of trial-related injury, not product-related injury. So they say, it was not the vaccine that causes death, but you enrolled him when he is not qualified. So the violation led to the SAE. So there has to be some accountability there. But they always say, not related. Institution failed to ensure that the informed consent form, source documents, and trial records are authentic, accurate, complete, legible, and contemporaneous. When they talk of institution here, they're talking about the investigator. In GCP, investigator/institution. And therefore, in the W Global Benchmarking Tool, institution has its own accountability. So that's the new requirement. Investigator failed to ensure that all persons assisting with the trial have training in GCP, protocol, standard operating procedures, and trial-related duties of the study member. What do we review when we look at the qualifications of the research team? We only review the qualifications of the principal investigator. We do not review, I say we, all of us, we do not review the qualifications of the members of the research team. And later on, FDA was saying, in your contract, they were telling the institution, in your contract, there is money paid to recruiters, but you did not train your recruiters. And they were the ones who were recruiting people who are not qualified. So now in the Philippines, we say, we have to review the delegation log. Who are the members of the research team? And we have to check whether they have been GCP trained. That's the new change that we are trying to adopt in the Philippines. Not only the investigator. Investigator is a big name, very busy person. Does he do the consenting himself? No. Does he do the vaccination himself? No. Who does it? In many hospitals, the residents are the ones doing it. And the residents are not GCP trained. That's a violation. So these things are happening. All right. Trial management. Fraud and other scientific misconduct, such as undue suspension of clinical trial operations. This is about my example earlier, where the investigator was not paid his honorarium by the sponsor, and therefore he stopped performing the follow-up visits. No? So that becomes a problem. When the investigator is not paid, who assumes the function? The institution, the hospital. In GCP, it says investigator/institution. So you cannot say, oh, they have to pay. Oh, but there's no sponsor to pay anymore. So the hospital should assume the responsibility. Use of any documents without appropriate approval from FDA and the IRB and the Ethics Committee. So these are the things that the Ethics Committee should check when you do a site visit. Non-compliance with established standard operating procedures compromising the safety of the patient. What was their example here? No? There are internal SOPs to clinical trial. And in the internal SOPs of the clinical trial, it says they must present a government-approved identification card. When FDA conducted its investigation, they found out any ID will do. And that was the reason why there were multiple enrollment by several participants. So they cited that as a violation, and therefore they have to clean up, the files. And therefore, I think they were supposed to enroll 1,000. Now they only have 600. 400 had to be removed. So that's the extent of the violation. Critical, failure to report all serious adverse events, whether expected or unexpected, and laboratory abnormalities identified in the protocol as critical to safety evaluation to the sponsor, to the IRB, and the FDA. So reporting requirements were not followed. And this is very common in investigator-initiated study. I do not see SAE reports in investigator-initiated study. When I interviewed the staff, she said, oh, our residents are very good. No violation, no SAE. You believe that? They're not doing their job. Investigator failed to ensure that there are adequate facilities to conduct the trial properly and safely. During COVID, what was the sample size approved for them? 1,000, 2,000, and then they have very small room. And they could not even keep up. I was interviewing participants. I said, was the informed consent explained to you? Said, no. We are just given a copy of the informed consent, and they are told, if you have any questions, you can ask. I read the informed consent. I did not understand the local version of the informed consent. But that was approved by the Ethics Committee. How come even I myself cannot understand the local version? So that's something that the Ethics Committee, again, has overlooked. Very literal translation of the protocol. I asked the participants, I have interviewed 60 participants in our project. I asked them, what is the medicinal product that was tried on you? Oh, they said, they swabbed my nose, and then they gave me a drug. They tested me, and then they gave me medicines later on. They do not even know if it's about diagnostic, if it's about vaccine, if it's about medicine. They don't understand. They simply participated because they will get $50 for every visit. It was not explained to them. And I said, can you show me the informed consent? I said, you understood the informed consent? I said, no. I look at the informed consent to look what is the investigational product. Even I myself do not understand the informed consent that was approved by the Ethics Committee. So this is what failure of the Ethics Committee to provide proper informed consent so that participants would understand and be informed about the study. All right, so trial management again. Failure to notify FDA at the end of the trial or early termination within specific timelines. In the WHO now, They want the Ethics Committee to define timelines in their SOP. In many ethics committees, it will take 6 months to 1 year before approving one protocol. And many times, there are multiple requirements. You go from one IRB, you go to the next level, because it's international, you go to the third level, you know. By that time, there's no more epidemic, and the protocol has not yet been approved. So in the new guidelines, timelines are very important. And we have seen publication in Lancet when we have not received any progress report yet. So why is it already being published? No? So do we report to Lancet that they did not comply with the requirements of the IRB? Probably. No? It's not yet finished, it's already in Lancet. Failure to submit written reports on the trial status to the FDA IRB and where applicable. So this is about annual report, interim progress report, safety update report. It's not there. But we just wait. All right. Oh, when the study is over, you submit final report, approve. No problem at all. Very easy. Then the IRB is in violation. Inadequate and unsecure storage of clinical trial documents on records. You share the office with other researchers. This is a common area where you only have a cubicle. So, is that storage safe? So, this is about trial management. All right. The investigator failed to maintain a list of appropriately qualified persons delegated with significant trial-related duties. In other words, if there is any change in the delegation log, it has to be reported to the IRB. I was interviewing participants. The name of the chair is found in the informed consent form, and the name of the investigator is in the informed consent form. I said, did you call? When you have a query, did you call them? Yes, they said. But what answer did you get? They said, wrong number. No accountability at all. Monitor has not been selected and qualified appropriately according to the purpose of a monitor. This is Chapter 5 is about sponsor responsibility. So this is their finding about the sponsor. Institution failed to secure a contract for outsourced activities which sets out arrangement on delegation and distribution of tasks and obligations, if appropriate, on financial matters. This, again, the role of the investigator. There has to be a contract, and the contract would have to be followed. Is that the end? All right. So, these are some. These are very few. I think there are more violations. Submission of progress report, submission of SAE report, submission of final report, answer to participant queries. These are all in the SOPs that FERCAP shared in the Asia-Pacific region. But is it being implemented? No. You have no more time. The post-approval, you have very few minutes, and you just say, approve. Everything is approved. No problem. Then investigator is very happy because you approve everything. Then they are very unhappy when they are visited by the FDA. So these are just some examples, and I think the WHO is requiring regulators now to do inspection, to look at the implementation of clinical trials, and we hope to cooperate towards good clinical research systems by the IRB, through the IRB implementing its SOPs. The SOPs are shown to us when we visit them, but they never read them. They don't read them. They say, oh, we are waiting for you to revise our SOPs. We will only revise after you come. There's no intention to implement them. It's just for purposes of complying with accreditation. No? So I hope that with this training, we are able to make ethics committee members All right. We hope that we are able to make members of ethics committees aware of your duty to protect human participants in research and to help ensure the scientific integrity of the protocols that we have approved. So thank you for your kind attention, and we will present the specific sections of your SOP that needs to be implemented properly. Thank you. The next presentation is about amendment. Huh? What? Site visit is the last. No, my presentation is about protocol violation. Can you? All right, so yeah, we would like to get feedback, right, about these findings. No? But first, I want to find out, is there communication between the IRB and the FDA? If there's no communication at all, how do we raise, these concerns? But at least in the Philippines, because WHO found so many deficiencies in our regulator, then they started communicating with the IRB. No? So what's your experience in your country? Do we have mics around? I think we need to work together with the FDA, no? Not what we are in silos, not communicating with each other.
In Thailand, I think Thai FDA get comments from the WHO as well. So they said that the FDA, Thai FDA did not have the communications with the ethical committee directly. So they don't monitor, and then they have to, I think that I know from the director of the medical bureau, they said that they have many action plan they have to implement. So now they talk and discuss with us, and they try to link the system, and also for the CIREC, the Central Research Ethics Committee's IRB system, to get to monitor if the SAE occur, and if they have some violations, so they will take that information. So now they are going to develop the API together from their system into the CIREC system as well. Thank you.
So they make more communication, direct communication, automatic communication in such a way that they in FDA works a lot with ethics committee.
Now.
And they rely a lot on ethics committee. They expect a lot from the ethics committee. So that's why in Thailand, the FDA will also recognize the ethics committee after the CIREC recognition. So in that way, they can be sure, and then they just ask the FERCAP to say, okay, if you recognize this EC, then because they don't have the manpower to do the inspection all the time. So that's why they would expect that the ethics committee play more role than before.
Yes, because the grassroots implementation of regulation is with the ethics committee. So they want the ethics committees to do their job, so that when they inspect, there are no more critical findings, and we have less problems. But if the regulator does not talk with the ethics committee, then there's a problem because we do not know what to address, you know. We do not know what to do. And at the moment, many institutions now hire clinical monitors, you know, to look at all investigator and pharmaceutical sponsored research to see whether they are in compliance with international regulations. So because the practice before was you just rely on the monitor of the sponsor. If the monitor does not come, no findings, you know. Oh, so now in our Joint Ethics Committee, we require consolidated report of SAEs every 6 months, consolidated report of violation every 6 months. And we recognize the red flags and we tell ethics committees, this one, you better do a site visit and you report to us what you saw, you know? So there has to be better implementation. So these are the things that are being implemented.
So I think I would like to mention about the progress in Thailand. So now, like the governmental agency in Thailand, like some of the funding agencies, the sponsor, so they try to implement the monitor system for the research that they grant. So I think that might be the next move from Thailand as well. Thank you.
I think it's good that your FDA start to do inspection. Start to do inspection right now during the study, right? But the thing is, for the FDA, it's only the pharmaceutical trial. Do they do the what do you call the? Do you have the agency? No. Do you have agency? The funding agency in the Philippines?
Yes.
So do they monitor that?
No.
Okay.
So we have funders, you know, science and technology, you know, but they do not know how to monitor.
Yeah. So now in Thailand, all these agencies, they know already that's their duty, you know, their responsibility. So that's why there's going to be some sort of monitoring. Because I think the FDA has a limitation on manpower and all sort of thing. I don't think they can do a very good job in covering all the studies that are going on, I think. And it's, of course, it's limited to only the sponsor trial, the pharmaceutical trial that want to apply for the, you know, registration, I think.
In the Philippines, that was one of the comments of the WHO. They asked the FDA, why are you only monitoring the sponsor-initiated protocols? Why are you not monitoring the investigator-initiated protocol? And the response was, not yet. Not yet. We don't have that capability and manpower yet.
So I'm just wondering, in Europe, do they do the inspection during the study? Do they do the FDA or whatever you call it in your country, EMA? Do they do the inspection during the trial or during the study?
The regulator, they do.
Yeah, no, they are doing the investigation during the study. So, yes, whenever you hand in your, just like you described, you hand in your protocol that is being reviewed, and then during the study, they would monitor.
They do or they don't?
Yes, they do.
They do. The EMA? Who monitor?
The FDA.
The FDA.
Yes.
You know, the FDA in other countries, they learn from Europe, the European inspectors. They learn from Japan, you know, the ICH members. They learn how to do inspection. So when they started doing it, then they know how to do it, you know.
I think in Japan, they concentrate on the sponsor trial only.
Yes,
no?
yes.
Not
yes.
the academic.
Yeah. That's why the IRB should be the ones, you know.
So that's why we have to. What about other country? In Nepal, do you the FDA do the inspection? Nepal. Who can speak for Nepal? Okay, you can speak for Nepal. Do you have that? Yeah, you can have this mic.
Actually, they have introduced the clinical trial inspection guideline recently on May 2023, and they have just initiated the inspection. They have started. They
Starting.
are starting.
Because that's a requirement of WHO now. You see. Oh, Malaysia, they do. Who's from Malaysia? Yes. FDA is the one doing accreditation of ethics committees in Malaysia, correct?
Yes, in Malaysia, we call it NPRA. They actually do all the inspection, and these are all pharmaceutical sponsored,
Yes.
and that required a license, and the product needs to be registered. Yeah. No, not in all
Only
studies.
pharma.
But I agree with you that since we have this WHO benchmarking, we have been more close and we actually have more communication and interaction with them. Thank you.
Do you have any other country around? Okay, India.
Actually, it's the same story here. For the pharma-sponsored trials, the FDA, of course, the regulator of the country sends inspectors, but not for the academic ones. That is still a gray zone, although a lot of talk is on that score is there. In fact, the ICMR guidelines have become indirectly mandated in the new drugs and clinical trial rules of 2019. But the action has not been generated as yet to inspect the research being done in the academia.
Okay.
That's why it's the IRB that should
Yes.
do that.
So nobody else.
IRB is supposed to do the monitoring that has come in the rule at least once a year. So
For the ethics committee.
one has to follow that.
Oh. So that's why even though we have this mechanism for the regulatory, for the FDA and things, but it's left many studies unmonitored. And so the process is the ethics committee, I guess. So we have to take over that now. Another one is that the agency in your country also should take part as a sponsor responsibility.
The funders, you mean?
Yeah, because that's a lot more than pharmaceutical, I think. Although pharmaceutical deal with a very high risk type of study, but still every study should be monitored, I guess.
But many times the funding agencies do not have the skills, to do this kind of thing. So I think they need to be trained as well if they're going to do, inspection.
Okay, Malaysia wants to make comments on here.
No, I just want to share my experience in Malaysia. So what we have been doing for the past few years is doing some audit inspection on clinical trials. It's either industry sponsored or investigator initiated. And we have certain red flags for certain studies. Of course, we get certain complaints, letters from whistleblowers, but there's also studies that have so many protocol violations, and we don't understand there's so many. So we have gone there, and there's also major and critical findings. So we have even had situation where we thought that the trials was fine, but we need to suspend and hold the recruitment of the patients. So we are doing that, but of course the problem is human resource. That is usually the problem, but what we have been doing is about 2 or 3 sites a year. Thank you.
So we have to discuss that who should be, responsible and how we should do it within our region. Anybody else have any comment from any other country? All right. So you all agree that it's so important that we have to do some type of monitoring after the approval. Because many things happening after you approve them to do. You allow them to, you open the gate, say, you go in, and then they do all sort of study. But it has to be in compliance with the approval protocol, right? Because you already review that, okay, do it this way, then, more or less you have the subject are protected. But if you don't follow with that, and ethics committee also play a passive role, just, okay, when you report, I will review. But they don't report, then you don't review, you see.
Right.
You have some comments there from the Philippines, I suppose. Oh, Indonesia, I'm sorry. You are very similar to somebody from the Philippines.
We all look alike.
Yeah, you
thank
all
you.
look alike.
I just want to raise another issue on clinical trial. You know that in sponsor-initiated trial, I agree that there are very strict regulation on that have to be implemented. But in other way, in investigator-initiated study trial, for instance, for the academic institution, so we have a lot of residents. I'm afraid that this regulation, could not be implemented in the investigator-initiated trial, especially in academic institution. For instance, things about the SMB, Data Safety Monitoring Board, that has to be there in sponsor-initiated trial. But I think most of the investigator-initiated trial, they don't have the SMB. So that's another things that the difference and how difficult to monitor to ask about more good things in investigators initiated trial.
Okay.
No DSMB.
Right, right. So do you know that the ethics committee also can request for the DSMB? Okay. If you feel that, oh, this one is very risky and it's very hard for you to sort of, monitor all these things, you can request for that.
And
the ethics committee can request that study to have the DSMB.
Yes, the thing is who paid for the DSMB, because there are no sponsor.
The institution.
The institution has to do that. Okay, so we have to spread out all the responsibility to make sure that the participants are safe and well-being. I think that's the most important that we have to think about. You cannot just say, oh, I don't have the funding to do that. But why? The life of somebody else in your hands. And you just say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the money for that. Doesn't make sense.
Good idea.
Yeah, WHO Global Benchmarking Tool defines the role of the institution. You know, in AHARP, you're supposed to have conflict of interest. That's not the only role of the institution. Monitoring becomes the role of the institution. Safety measures supposed to be the role of the institution. That's your hospital.
Yeah.
That should do
so
that.
The institution have to be responsible, or the sponsor of that study have to be responsible. We have to push our agency now that if we talk about GCP, it's said very clear that somebody has to be responsible for all those things. And now we have to discuss it. In Thailand, we discussed a lot with the funder that you have to take care of this responsibility. You cannot just say, okay, I give you the money and then I finish, I got nothing to do with whatever going to happen. We also push for the compensation for trial injuries. No? That is also a problematic in academic trials. Nobody wants to be responsible for that. That's why we have to discuss about that, and I think it has to be some mechanism that we have to put in place, and we all can speak for our region, and we can work together to make sure that we get the solution for that.
Take note that in GCP it says trial-related injury.
Yeah, it's not about the product itself.
It's not about relationship with the drug. It includes that. Anything that happens, it's a trial-related injury. Once you enroll someone, you're accountable. Someone gets run over by a car. Then you try to check. Maybe he's feeling dizzy. That's why he was run over by the car. Oh.
Okay, somebody has come in there. What country are you? Anybody? Anybody else want to make some comment? Then we will move to the next session.
I can just report from the European perspective, since we will also present some projects that are being funded by the European Commission. And the Commission usually does monitorings twice during 3-year projects, for example. So we have monitorings, so first they accept the proposal of the projects, outlining all the plans, all the KPIs that we want to reach, and then half of the time of the project, then we have the first review meetings. when they scan, okay, have we reached our goals? Have we reached the KPIs that we promised? And then in the end, a final review. So potentially also risking that money needs to be paid back if all the promises are not being achieved, since it is public money, basically.
Yeah, but then the thing is, things happen before you give the report. So it must be monitored for all those things that, okay, you comply with this or that and that and that or not. You know, you deviate from this, is it safe enough for the people in the trial, in the studies?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody don't like the word trial because they think about the pharmaceutical, but actually it means, you know, the study. Okay, so most of the sponsor would talk about this timeline here and there, but what happened in details in between? Mm-hmm. It could change the things, no?
So, as Christina mentioned, if deviations are foreseeable, then you have to do amendments and report, okay, this and that cannot be reached or need to be changed, and then it needs to be reapproved.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, they don't report to us. The investigators, they deviate. They don't even know that they deviate, okay? Some of them. Many of them. You agree?
Yeah.
Huh? Do they report to you? All, everything. They don't, you see. And we don't know. We, as an EC here, we just wait for your report. If you don't report us, we don't get nothing to review. We've been busy with reviewing the initial review, okay? After that, we wait for your report. Sometimes they report at the end and say, I deviate so many things. But it's already done, it's already finished. The reason for them to make the deviation report, because we have to review to say that whether the risk benefit are still balanced, the same as before, you see. And if everything is finished, then it's too late.
And many times, you know, the ethics committee will just endorse whatever the investigator says, you know. They'll say, okay, acknowledge, go on. It does not even analyze, no? Automatically, they will say, acknowledge, you know. So that's bad. We do not check on the effect on the trial, on the participants, no? So everything is acknowledged. No further action. Go on. I think we need to be more analytical in the ethics committee.
All right. Okay. You have something to say?
Can I?
Very good. We have to interactive.
Yeah, thank you. I think in Nepal we have a system. I think you have it in other places as well. We have the ethical review board that is central, and then each institution has the institutional review committee, you know. So you're talking about how the institution has to be, you know, more responsible. So I feel that, you know, the monitoring can also be done by the IRC because they are part of the institution and they are supposed to be an independent body. So maybe in Nepal, you know, if you had the institution trying to monitor the trials that are happening at their institution, that would build capacity in the institution as well, and that would also take the load of NHRC and the ERB. So that is my take on that. Yeah.
Okay, so you have that system already?
Yes.
Is it functioning? You
It
detect
does
all the
function.
deviation, blah, blah, blah. You are very confident that, all right, this study has been monitored well. There's no deviation. If there's any deviation, they do the, you know, all the amendment and all sort of thing. Do they do that properly?
So I think right now the IRC in all the institutions is mainly responsible for, you know, like forwarding the proposals. They do all the, most of the, regulatory trials.
Yeah, regulatory trial, you
they
talk
come
about
through
that.
NHRC. But the investigator-initiated trials are ones that are approved by the IRC, so the IRC can monitor those trials because it's happening at their institute, right?
Right, yeah. So they
So
do
that-
that or not? That's what I want to know.
I don't think
Not
I don't
yet.
think they do that, but having them do that, and then I think we'll sort of, you know,
Not
make
yet.
the system
Yeah,
more.
but not yet, right? So that's why we are talking about here how, what mechanism should
I
we
think they have
implement.
started doing it, and I think there are a lot of people here who are part of those IRCs in their own institutions.
How do they monitor that? How?
And then I think some of these IRCs have started the monitoring, but I guess it has to be more regular, and you also have to build capacity.
I think we need training on how to do audit. If you do not know how to do audit,
Right.
nothing will come out.
Yeah,
You know, you
because-
just look, oh, very
Yeah.
nice. Oh.
Because different things, being an ethics committee proper to just review that, or you monitor, that's another thing. It's two different
Right.
skills.
So I think one of the skills that we will learn this afternoon is how to do audit, all right? Not that, as I said, you look, oh, very nice facility. Oh, that's only ocular inspection. There's no document inspection. There's no interview. So these are the things that ethics committees need to learn now. Otherwise, if we do not know how to do it, then it's useless, no? You just, before our ethics committee, they like to go to Mindanao, very far from Manila. Then they will say, oh, very nice flight. That's the site visit report. Very nice location,
Okay. So today we're going to have the lecture on the site visit, no?
Yes,
So
and doing audit.
Yeah.
I think the message for this afternoon is how to do audit, all right? So that's what we hope to learn from our speakers.
How the ethics committee can do audit.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, what is the next
Amendment.
amendment? Okay.
Where's she?
She's
Excuse me, ma'am. I have a question, please.
okay.
Yes.
the
Now,
question?
yes, here I am. So, IEC basically, yes, we can monitor. We have a right to monitor. But how much can we monitor? Investigators sometimes feels unnecessary interference. And other thing is that in case of collaborative research, how much and how can I monitor in both the institute? Could you please elaborate on this? Thank you so much.
Now you have to do the monitor. You have to use risk management concept. Okay? So I cannot tell you that, oh, you have to monitor every day, every week, every month. But depends on what sort of risk in that study. If your investigation is lousy, have the history of violating all the time, then you might have to keep an eye on him, right?
In case of collaborative research, how do we monitor in the other institute?
Each institute, they should make sure that they monitor their own business.
So you mean to say that IEC also
The
to be
ethics
collaborated?
committee, you use what, central ethics committee or what?
No, I'm from the Institutional Ethical Committee.
That's the advantage of the Central Ethics Committee. In the Philippines now, we have a Central Ethics Committee. We receive consolidated reports. I will show you, So we have a list of all the sites. This one has many violations. This site, so we say, you, site with many violations, do a site visit. Then we tell them, report to the Joint Ethics Committee the results of your site visit. In other words, not everyone. So there are red flags. We call them the red flags. What are the symptoms that certain sites are not doing well? And I've seen that, there are more violations than recruitment. That's a red flag. You have not even recruited yet and you already have violations. You should be site visited, meaning the investigator does not know what it's doing. Or the sponsor is not monitoring, see? So there are red flags that have to be recognized, and you give priority to those where you see some trends. So there are indicators that we need to use, and we will try to explain that.
SOP as well. Okay, you don't just, oh, I don't like this guy, I want to visit him, I want to investigate on him, things like that. So you have to be in your SOP. Okay? All right, so let's get on with, where is our speaker?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think I will introduce myself. My name is Somridi. I'm from Sirirat Institutional Review Board, Faculty of Medicine, Sirirat Hospital. After I give the presentation, I want to thank you, Professor Chandra and FERCAP committee that give the opportunity for me to present this title, Protocol Amendment Decision, IRB's Law. The slide is dead. Okay, it's not working. It's not on the screen. But it's not sure. Okay, but it's not working. But it's not working. It's not.
Ma'am, excuse me. This is next and this is previous.
It's not.
It works.
Okay, this is my profile. I will skip it very quickly. For protocol amendment is a change made to an already approved research protocol. When researchers propose a change to an already approved research protocol, the IRB plays a crucial role in accessing the amendment and decided whether to approve it. So the protocol amendment process is crucial for ensuring the ongoing safety and ethical conduct of research studies. It allows for necessary adjustment to be made based on new information, unexpected finding, or evolving circumstance. For key considerations for IRB decisions on protocol amendment is depend on nature of change, impact on participant or participant safety, scientific integrity, compliance with regulations, and transparency and accountability. I want to show you that what is the nature of change. We divided into classes. The first one is minor change. Minor change is these are changes that do not significantly impact the risk, benefits, or scientific merit of the research. The IRB may approve this change through expedited review. And for next paragraph is the definition of my institution SOP. Our SOP said that minor modification is defined as a change that entails no more than minimal risk and does not affect an assessment of the benefits and the risk of the study, does not change the aims of the study design, and is not directly relevant to the determination required for prior approval criteria. And these are some examples of minor protocol amendments, such as administrative change, minor consent form change, minor change to recruitment procedures or recruitment materials, or submission of new materials to be used in accordance with approved recruitment methods. Minor change to study documents such as surveys, questionnaires, or brochures. New study documents to be distributed to or seen by subjects that are similar in substance to those previously approved. And changes in payment to subjects, but not significant enough to affect the risk-benefit ratio of the study. Decrease in the number and volume of sample collections. Editorial changes that clarify but do not alter the existing meaning of a document. Addition of change in investigator but not principal investigator. Addition of a new study site. Translation of materials already reviewed and approved by the IRB. These are some examples, but not limited to it. And for the other groups is major change. Major changes are changes that substantially modify the research design, procedures, or list to participants. The IRB will likely require full review and approval before the changes can be implemented. And the definition of major modification from our SOP is defined as a change that involves greater than minimal risk, likely increase the risk or discomfort, or decreases the benefit, or affects the determination required for prior approval criteria. And these are the examples of major protocol amendment. Changes the adverse effect, the risk-benefit ratio of the study, or specifically increase the risk to the subject. Changes in inclusion-exclusion criteria that impact the risk-benefit ratio of the study. Significant change in study design, such as the addition of the new subject population or the elimination of study aim. New risk information that is substantial or adversely affects the risk-benefit ratio of the study. And significant change to the study document to be distributed or seen by subjects. New study documents to be distributed or seen by subjects that include information or questions that are substantively different from materials already approved by the IRB. New or revised financial conflict of interest management plans. These are some examples for our SOP. And the second one that is the key consideration is the impact on participants. The IRB will assess whether the amendment will increase or decrease the risk to participants. They will also consider whether the amendment will affect the informed consent process. So I think the primary concern is always the safety and well-being of research participants. Any changes that could potentially increase risk or harm to participants must be carefully evaluated and justified. So if the amendment significantly changes the nature or risk of the research, participants may need to be reconsented. The reconsented are ensured that the subject have ongoing knowledge and understanding of the study and can make informed decisions. The third key consideration is scientific merit. The IRB will evaluate whether the amendment will improve the scientific validity of the research. Amendments should not compromise the scientific validity or integrity of the research. Any changes should be well-reasoned and have a clear rationale. They will also consider whether the amendment is necessary to achieve the research objective. And for the compliance with regulation, the IRB will ensure that the amendment complies with all relevant federal regulation. Some countries may comply with the common law. And the last one, transparency and accountability. The amendment process should be transparent and accountable. All changes should be documented and reviewed by the appropriate ethics committees and regulatory bodies. And this slide shows the function of investigator and IRB. IRB may classify into minor or major amendment, and IRB may approval or rejection of this amendment. Investigator should identify the need for an amendment, prepare amendment document, submit the amendment for review, and after they have received the approval, implementation to the participant and communication with participant. So I will go to the next slide. For the amendment document should clearly outline the change being proposed, and they will give the rationale for the changes and they should tell us any potential impact on participant safety or the study's scientific validity. So the principal investigator is responsible for submitting the request for change to IRB on the protocol amendment form. I will show you some protocol amendment form. I think each IRB have their own amendment form, yes or no? Yes. I will show you this form from NUS, National University of Singapore. It's very easy. It's just 2 numbers. The number 1 describes changes to the approval protocol application form. And the second point is describe changes to the PIS, or recruitment advertisement, like the free text. It's very, very easy. So I will give you another example from other institution in Thailand. This is the form, and you see the number 5. They ask the amendment affect well-being or may harm to research participants, yes or no. The principal investigator should tell the IRB for this reason. And number 6, the amendment may need any change in participant information sheet or informed consent form. Need the reconsent or not, for new subject or not, and summarized into the table. This is the form for investigator. And I will share the IRB process. In my institution, IRB secretary with the assistant of the IRB staff will determine if the revision meets the criteria for minor or major protocol amendment. If the protocol change is considered minor and shall be reviewed by the IRB secretary or assigned amendment reviewer according to the expedited review procedure. If the protocol changes is considered major and shall be reviewed by the full board, it will review in the next convened IRB meeting. And in the full board meeting, the IRB secretary or the assigned amendment reviewer will review the proposed change, make initial suggestion, which will be presented to the IRB at the meeting. And the IRB will review and determine whether to approve the amendment, request for more information, pending a final decision, or other actions as deemed appropriate. So this is the IRB assessment form. This form is from SELECT. They will classify into minor amendment as expedited review from which criteria. The secretary will conclude and check which criteria that is minor amendment or not. And if it is the full board review or major changes, they will check that the changes affect the risk and benefit for the subject or not. How will the amendment affect the principle of justice? How does the amendment affect the informed consent? And how does the amendment affect jury consent? This is the form from the SELECT. And for the timeline. The timeline for IRB decision on protocol amendment can vary depending on the complexity of the change and IRB's workload. However, most IRB aim to review and approve minor change within a few weeks, while major change may take longer. So, the investigator must obtain IRB approval prior to implementing any changes. They have the exception. The exception to this rule is when changes are necessary to eliminate immediate hazards to subjects. And I have 2 case exercises using that in the right-hand side. They have the old version. They kept personal case record for just only electronic file, and they take other. For the new version, they want to keep the personal case record, adding photo, adding video, moving images, and adding audio tapes. Do you think is this minor or major amendment? Who thinks it's minor amendment? Please raise your hand. No one. Why? Maybe it's involved to privacy and confidentiality of the subject. So I think it is a major amendment, and it needs new patient information sheet. And because I say that it involves the confidentiality and privacy of the participant, maybe it will show the patient's face. Okay, and the second case, they adding healthy volunteer. They give a new paragraph that they want to validate the method. 3 healthy volunteers will be recruited for CAR T cell preparation, and a total volume of 400 milliliters of white blood cell will be collected from each healthy volunteer by, not venous puncture, by leukapheresis. Is it minor amendment? No way. It's a major amendment. And it requires new patient information sheet, and the IRB will think about risk benefit ratio for healthy volunteer to go to the leukapheresis. It's not direct benefit to this healthy volunteer. Okay, I think it's okay. It's my final slide.
Are you still with us, or you need some energy? Your energy level, what is your energy level right now? Let's measure our energy level. Is it still okay? Huh? Oh, they're okay. Violation. Go on. But we will conclude all the, Christina.
Next one, yeah?
We will conclude all the question at the end, okay?
All right, okay. So I'll talk about violation, and the example I'm giving is about vaccine. You know, there are many violations when it comes to vaccine clinical trials, because they're recruiting healthy volunteers, and very easy to recruit healthy volunteers, and no screening. The screening is not properly done. If this is about cancer, you have medical record to show they have cancer, so the screening is good, you know. But when it comes to vaccine clinical trials, that's where we saw so many violations. And therefore, it was about vaccine clinical trials that the attention of the ethics committee was called to screen better, you know, vaccine clinical trials, because these are being done in communities, not in the hospital, and they can just go and recruit people by truckloads, you know, to go to the site and be vaccinated. So I'm giving the example of vaccine clinical trial, particularly the COVID one, that, you know, the violations that we saw during COVID vaccine research. So this is a case study that I'm trying to present. Does not move.
You use this.
All right. So, during vaccine, there were safeguards in place. There was vaccine expert panel we require LGU permission. And the reason why the local government unit has to give its permission was that it was being conducted simultaneously with emergency use authorization. So we want to find out whether they are complying with the rules or they're just recruiting anyone who volunteers without meeting the inclusion criteria. It was also mandated that the single joint research ethics board, that's the ethics board at the Ministry of Health, will review all COVID vaccine clinical trials and even the post-approval. But in the single joint review ethics board, we do it as a joint research ethics board. In other words, there are permanent members of the SJREB, but depending on who are the sites for a specific protocol, they have to attend the meeting so that we are all harmonized, So it's not the same as single ethics review in the US, where only one ethics committee will review for everybody. This one, the concept is joint. So we hold a meeting, we call all sites that will have the same protocol, we review together. So that's the concept of single joint. So the site-specific issues have to be reviewed by the sites, Site Research Ethics Committee. The countrywide protocol is jointly reviewed in the single joint review ethics board. So we need FDA authorization to conduct the clinical trial. All right, so these were the guidelines. The SJREB will review together scientific soundness of the protocol, review the type of vaccine, appropriate inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, the method, randomized double-blind clinical trial design, number of arms, qualifications of the research team, appropriateness of the sites. So all of this we review together. And then during initial review, we check the conflict of interest of the PI because during COVID, there were very few vaccinologists in the Philippines and they cannot handle everything. And therefore, sometimes one investigator will have 10 vaccine clinical trials. So we frown on that, 10, and then their sample size is 500. 500 times 10 is how much? 5,000? Can you handle 5,000? One investigator? So these were the conflict of interest that issues that we saw. So we say, you tell us what are the other vaccine clinical trials that you are doing. If this is a simple cancer study, their quota is only 5. If they have 10 cancer studies, that's only 50. But if this is vaccine, the sample size is very big because they are healthy volunteers, you see? So we started asking them, how many do you have? And it turns out some of them even have competing sponsors under one investigator. That's a violation, you see? And can they handle that? And later on, we found out there were many violations because they could not handle 5,000, being done simultaneously. We asked one investigator who had 10. We said, how much time do you attribute to one clinical trial? And he says, he computed 100 divided by 10, 10%. How can you do 10% of your time when your sample size is 500 per site? So the result was many violations. So that was the conflict of interest we saw. Conflict of time and commitment. Vulnerability of participants. So they were recruiting poor people by the truckload. They will bring to the site to get vaccinated. And the medical director complains because now there's a crowd in front of his hospital, you see? It's a problem. Privacy protection, Everybody sees you there. The participants were telling us, we came here, we went to the site at 1 p.m. and we got the vaccination at 9 p.m. because long queue, So, which means that the ethics committee is not reviewing the feasibility of the sites where it's going to be done. No? And the ethics committee does not say you can only do what, 50, at the most 50 participants per day. Everybody will just come, in truckloads. So that was a violation again. No? And then, of course, the risk. Again, the risk is about their comorbidities. I was explaining to you a urologist who enrolled his severe urology patients, and some of them died, benefits, The participants look at the amount of money, Now they're saying, maybe we do not give $50 right away. We say, only $100, and then the other $150, we will give you milk, we will give you soap, we will give you like this, So that, because it's the recruiter who gets the money, I do not know how much money is going to the participant, but the recruitment say, oh, I deserve it. I have to pay for the transportation. I have to feed him, and I must have my own fees, you see? So these were our findings after COVID, Informed consent, They don't understand the informed consent. They do not even know what kind of trial they are participating in, And this we found out during post-audit when we interviewed participants, Now we're still interviewing, and one investigator said, no way, I will not allow the ethics committee to interview my participants because that's a violation of their privacy. I said, what are you talking about? The IRB is the regulator at the grassroots, so they should have access to the participants in a clinical trial in order to investigate. So these things are not properly understood. Post-approval review, amendment, all right? So we approved 15,000, all right, for one clinical trial. And then they wanted to increase it some more. This is the Single Joint Review Ethics Board. They want to increase it further, and we said, you submit a progress report first before we will approve your amendment for increase in sample size. And the progress report comes, and the protocol violation report comes. How many violations? 7,000 out of 15,000. So we said, no, we disapprove the amendment. You finish it, you stop. 7,000, one half, almost one half of the total sample size are violations, but at least they're very good. They report. The others do not report, They keep the violations. They do not report to the IRB. And then, all right, serious adverse event. Oh, everything not related. I did not see anything that is related, see? Oh, protocol violation report, big number, 7,000 out of 15,000. Oh, so final report, we did not approve the protocol, so they have to finish it. But they went around us, They went to the other IRBs and said, we want to increase sample size. And the IRB that's not attending the Single Joint Review Ethics Board approved it. That's a violation. So we need to ensure compliance with the protocol, timely submission of reports, recommending corrective action. What did you do with all the SAEs? Did you help them? No, we just said, approve. And how much is the IRB charging? In the Philippines, for clinical trial, they're charging $1,000. And then all they say is, approve. No further comment. We said, you're charging 50,000 to say no further comment? So now they have to do site visits, and they have to do site visits. So weaknesses, many of the weaknesses at post-approval, you can attribute to weaknesses of initial ethics review. Incomplete review of conflict of interest. IRB just say, okay, approve. No matter how many protocols you have. In the more advanced countries, I would see 20 protocols, 50 protocols per investigator, and the ethics committee keeps on approving. You have to ensure that some of them are already finished, but they do not submit the final report. So, poor monitoring by the ethics committee. Unqualified PI who has not done clinical trials and or related expertise. There was a high demand for vaccinologists. So they started getting anyone. There's a diabetologist, there is a urologist, name it, they all became investigators of vaccine trials. So it's a problem. No? So now we tell the site ethics committees, you please review the qualifications of your PI. And in the SOP, it says, if you are a new investigator, the ethics committee has to watch closely over you, but they never did a site visit. Inappropriate primary reviewer with a different specialization. Anyone can review any vaccine protocol. They do not know the issues, or they just approve. Me, I'm the what? I am the non-medical person. I ask, what's the difference between mRNA and the other types of vaccine, And they will explain to me, but in the other ethics committee, they just approve. That's money for everybody. Incomplete assessment form that merely confirms the investigator's self-assessment. There are assessment, they make the investigator do a self-assessment, all right? So, one question. What is the level of risk of this protocol? The same assessment form used by the ethics committee. So, the PI has to accomplish it. So, what is the level of risk of this protocol? Then the PI will say, this, even if it's clinical trial, this is low risk. And then they will say, page 5. So in page 5, you will read, it is low risk. What does the primary reviewer do? Okay, without even looking at the contents of the protocol. That's bad review. Does this protocol have social value? The investigator says, page 3, this protocol has social value. Then the primary reviewer will say, okay. No analysis at all. So I said, ethics committee, you're not doing independent review. You just follow what the primary reviewer says, because that's the easiest way to do it, right? Just endorse what the investigator is saying. So I said, I think you should get rid, do not follow, do not put in the assessment form what is the assessment by the principal investigator. You can have it, but do not make it guide the review of the IRB member, because they just follow. And then at the end, they say, approve. So what kind of review is that? So non-compliance with SJREV review. They do not attend the joint meeting. And then what? They do oversight of ethics committee. FDA was asking me, why do ethics committees in Manila do oversight in Mindanao? That's near Indonesia. And I said, I do not know. What's the reason? Money. You get $1,000 for doing oversight of a trial being done in Mindanao. You do not even know where that place is. So now we are more strict about oversight of ethics committee. They lack LGU permission. During COVID, the mayor will call, why are you doing this in my town? Then they have to explain. So we say now, if you are doing you are doing the protocol in government facilities, you have to ask permission from the local government unit. And then lack of community preparation. We prepared GCP training for community workers. They never use them. So anyone can recruit, or you get 500 for every participant. 500 pesos, that's $10. You get $10 for every participant you recruit. So they bring truckloads, so they will get all money. So everybody was taking advantage of the clinical trial, which is very bad. And the ethics committee, does not see anything. Okay, everybody happy? We are also happy, see? So that becomes a problem. And later on, there will be many violations. So failure to review site-specific issues. One site will have 3 clinical trials of different vaccines. No one was reviewing the site. Failure to review vulnerability. Vulnerability is about poor people, coercion. They will receive some money, Failure to recommend risk monitoring points, SAEs. What do you do with them? I asked during FGD, I asked, who of you got COVID during your participation in vaccine clinical trial? And one of them raised his hand. I said, what did they do to you? He's supposed to be helped, right? Because he might be in the, in the placebo arm, you know? Oh, so it's trial related that he got COVID. But the assessment of the sponsor, it was not the vaccine that causes COVID, and therefore it's not related. Oh, that's not what GCP says, you see? Oh, so I asked him, okay, you had COVID, did you get help? He said, no. So what happened to you? They reduced my fee, and they kicked me out of the trial. That's how you deal with SAE? No? But of course, there was a good one. No? He said, me, I also had COVID. They gave me some money to manage my COVID. So he got some help. And therefore, I think in SAE, the ethics committee should look what help was extended to the participant and try to analyze. No? So that becomes a problem. No? So failure to recommend measures to maximize benefits, no? Incomplete review of the ICF. The recruitment procedures, you can recruit anywhere, when the guideline was that in each community there should only be one clinical trial. That was not followed. The language and the contents of the ICF, I do not understand. No? Non-disclosure of how adverse events will be managed. No? Coercive language of advertisement. You know, they started recruiting through social media. They will say, if you join this study, you will get $50, so you contact me if you want to join. Then it was reported to the IRB. Then investigator says, I have nothing to do with that. Sponsor says, I have nothing to do with that. But in GCP, you have to review the advertisements even if it is through social media. It has to be approved by the ethics committee. So again, that is a violation. All right, now I talk about weaknesses of post-approval review. Poor amendment review. Every time they apply for amendment, the ethics committee wants to approve it. In the single joint review ethics board, we said, if you want to increase it, submit a progress report first to find out how many violations, how many SAE. And if the number of violations is high, we do not approve any amendment increasing the sample size. But they go around us, you know, they go to other IRBs to have it approved. Increase in sample size approved by the REC when the protocol was already terminated by SJREB for frequent protocol violation. At the single joint review ethics board, we say you have to stop the study now, but it's still going on until now. We still have COVID vaccine clinical trials. No? Vaccination cards were issued by CRO without permission of the national government because during COVID, they cannot go out of the home without the vaccine card. But they're in a clinical trial. Maybe they're under placebo. Why will you issue them a vaccination card? Incomplete and delayed progress report. No progress report, then they're already publishing. Inconsistent number of protocol violation and SA report. You know, the progress report is supposed to summarize, no? But there are discrepancies between the SAE report, no, the protocol violation report, and the progress report. And the ethics committee does not check. It will just say, acknowledge, go on. So it becomes another problem. Poor ethics review will result in future deviation and violation. No? So we have to be familiar with the types of violation. Is it about deviation from procedures of approved protocol? I showed you examples earlier. Is it GCP violation? Is it violation of a set of COVID vaccine research procedure? Is this about complaints from the local government unit? Non-compliance of participants? No? Complaints from participants? You know, participants will only complain if they did not get the money. Then they call the IRB. Because they are poor people, you see, it's open to everyone. Frequent, invalid and unreliable data, frequent safety risk among participants. So these were the common violations during post-approval. So there's need for guidance. This is coming from an Indian presentation from KEM before COVID, many years ago. No? So the Indian group from King Edward Medical Center, they made a study about the need for guidance. No? There are lack of guidelines for Research Ethics Committee to access protocol deviation report, no previous studies assessing protocol violation reports, and they defined the concepts, any departure from the protocol without prior Ethics Committee approval. It is the investigator's responsibility to adhere to the approved protocol and report the protocol deviation. The role of the institution is to review, take necessary action, and monitor. So these were all from ICH GCP. Now, we have to classify protocol deviation and violation. Is it a scientific violation or is it an ethical violation? No? If it's scientific, it will compromise the scientific merits of the protocol. For example, you recruited people who are not qualified. That affects scientific integrity. Huh? It also becomes an ethical violation because they were vaccinated many times beyond the guideline. No? So it's both a scientific and ethical violation if you do not comply with the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So we look at the safety of participants and we look at data integrity. And that's how you should examine, no, the violation reports that are submitted to the Ethics Committee. All right. Now, this one. The same. All right. The next one. Is it major or minor? No? It is major if it affects the safety and well-being of participants and data integrity. If it's minor, no. What are examples of minor deviation and violation? The participant did not report on time. That should be reported to the Ethics Committee. Please take note. No? The participant is supposed to have follow-up visit every week, but does not report every week and delays the reporting. You have to make an evaluation whether it will affect the participant's safety. If this is a tuberculosis study, daily observable treatment, 1 week is already very long, and it becomes a major violation. But if it is another type of disease, maybe it becomes minor. So it has to be protocol specific, and it has to be the type of disease. No? All right. Here, the Indian group categorized PD. Is it about study procedure? In my earlier presentation, that's about trial management. No? Is it about safety? That's about SAE. Is it about informed consent? Or is it about inclusion, exclusion criteria? You have to classify and then analyze what is its effect on scientific merit and the safety of participants. No? All right, so they have reasons. No? Type of, these are examples now. Participants seen outside the window period. That's about study procedure. Missed assessment. Study procedure in the protocol is not followed. Incomplete case report form. So these are examples of PDs related to the study procedure. The next one is about safety. Safety assessment not done at all. So there's safety monitoring. You look at the blood pressure, it's not done. It's both scientific and ethical. No? Safety assessment is not done as specified in the protocol. SAE and AE not reported. No? Prohibited medication was taken. They stopped the study medication. This is the participant not taking the medicine. No? Wrong version of the diary used. So it's all related to safety. You cannot make the safety assessment. No? So we have to analyze rather than just say, noted, original approval upheld. Then the Ethics Committee is not doing its job. Related to informed consent, consent form did not have required signatures. Use of wrong version of the informed consent form. Failure to follow informed consent procedure properly. Procedure started without consent. Eligibility. Enrollment of ineligible participant. Randomization before baseline assessment. Study drug treatment started before ethics approval. Recruitment of additional participants without the approval of the ethics committee. They should stick to what you have approved. No? Corrective action now. And the investigator is required to submit corrective action. Please take note of that. No? So when they report to the ethics committee, they will say, oh, we already did training. That's their corrective action. No? So they did participant counseling, reassurance that care will be taken in the future, the study team undergoes training, or no corrective action taken, participants were withdrawn or dropped out. Now, what's the job of the ethics committee? Check whether the corrective action is appropriate. I have seen corrective action. No? The violation was the change of reagent in the procedure. And then the corrective action, training of the team. It's not appropriate. It's not about training. It's about the reagent. So maybe you need to modify the protocol. But that's not done. So not all corrective action that they do is appropriate. And the ethics committee has to make that kind of assessment. Revisit in case of misassessment. No? Reconsent, study team, this one. We are now telling the ethics committee, if this is frequent violation, the same investigator, the study team should be warned and they should be counseled. Required signature taken in the IC document. So these are some of their corrective action. All right, actions taken by the IRB. Recommend GCP training of the study team if it is about violation of the study procedures. No? When there are too many protocols, then they tend to be very lax about the training. No? So anyone can be part of the study. That's why we say the ethics committee now has to review the composition of the research team to ensure that everybody is GCP trained. No? Follow up safety issues of patients. No? They experience SAE. You just say, oh, somebody died. You say, noted. You find out what help did you extend. You have to ask those questions. No? Prohibit PI to use data of ineligible participants for analysis. This is what happened in the Philippines. All those that did not meet the inclusion criteria, those who recruited in many clinical trials, they have to clean the database and remove all ineligible participants. That's a waste of time and money. No? And I think it's about 1/3 of the total sample size that were removed. No? But FDA will not accept the data if they do not clean up. And we told the ethics committee, you do site visit and find out whether they're doing the appropriate cleaning up. And therefore, the ethics committees were mandated and required to do site visit. And you have to report to SJREB. What were your findings? Did you find other violations? So site visit now is a frequent recommendation when we meet at the Single Joint Research Ethics Board. All right. Corrective action reported by principal investigator should be discussed in the subsequent ethics committee meeting. And it is the duty of the secretary to ensure that the follow-up reports are taken up at full board. Because sometimes, you know, when we have new staff, we say, okay, ethics committee should do this. Then we forget, and then we do not see the follow-up reports anymore. No? So now we tell the staff, you have to make sure the follow-up reports are discussed at full board. IRB should check corrective and preventive action and recommend further action at the site. So we're saying, if you found out that these violations are repeated again and again, you have to warn the investigators, you know, so that these violations will be addressed. All right, recommendations is still coming from the Indian study team. For investigator, sensitizing the principal investigators to address PDs and PVs. You know, this needs training. And you just cannot assume that they know. You know, in the new WHO global benchmarking tool, the institution is required to do training of all their researchers, you know, and also training of the IRB. Not that, you know, you just come in and go out and things like that. You know? So, training of study team members, that should be done by the sponsor, that should be done by the institution. You know? Investigators should have better communication with participants for better compliance. So in the Philippines now, we're doing post-audit. We interview the participants to find out what were the violations. And we ask the investigator to explain, how will you avoid this next time? Because sometimes they're already finished, you know. But still, they have to be made aware that these were reported to the IRBs in the follow-up visits that we did with the participants. You know. Prepare site-specific SOPs for protocol deviation and violation. You know. Do you do regular monitoring, or do you do for cause, you know? So what is it? You know, in our SOPs, it's for cause. New investigator, more violations, SAEs, then you have to do site visit, you know? So internal monitoring of your own studies. So now, that's the role of the institution. That's also the role of the IRB to ensure that there's proper monitoring, you know? For the Ethics Committee, anticipate and minimize possible violations. No? Implement SOPs about PDs and PVs. You know? Many ethics committees do not even read their SOP. They only read it when we visit them for accreditation. Monitor problematic principal investigators with many clinical trials. That's a red flag. You know? Invite principal investigators to explain during the IRB meeting, how will you avoid this? It was noted that you have repeated violations. You know, some investigators said, I decided I will not do clinical trial for 1 year because I had many violations before. That's a good investigator, you know. They will only accept what they can tackle. But sometimes it becomes a business, you know. So you recruit more sub-investigators. So that you have many all over the country under one principal investigator. Then the sub-investigators will tell us, oh, she just comes to visit 30 minutes, then she leaves. No? So you are liable. So do site visits. No? So these are the recommendations from the staff. All right, I'm showing you consolidated summary of protocol violations submitted to SJREB. Because now, the Single Joint Review Ethics Board, we say, summarize all protocol violations to us. And these are examples. No? One has 27, the other one has 51, one only has 8, another 33, one has 34, another 93, 16, 19, 32. So we say, okay, who should do site visit? The 93 should do site visit. The 51 should do site visit. And then the others become aware that they should continue monitoring the number of violations. Those with significant numbers, we advise the Ethics Committee to do a site visit and report to us what are their findings during the next meeting. But they have to learn how to do a site visit, not just doing an ocular inspection. All right. So these are examples of action. Warn the PI about halting clinical procedures and delaying vaccination schedule for failure of CRO to pay the PI. The hospital should take over. Ask for corrective action taken by each site. report numerous PI violations to the FDA. Then FDA will do an inspection. And that's more critical because the FDA can say, stop this clinical trial, you know. All right, so I think those are examples, but what I'm trying to say is that we have to recognize the red flags in the ethics committee. Not that, you have to look at the numbers, no? How many have you recruited? They recruited only 10, but they have 20 violations. You warn the investigator, you ask him to explain. It cannot be that you just allow it to go on and on. Another red flag, repeated violations. Another red flag, inappropriate corrective action. So all these things would have to be analyzed by the ethics committee so that we do our job of monitoring and we protect the safety of participants during the implementation of clinical trial. All right, so that's how we look at protocol violations now. Thank you. So shall we have a break? Yeah, any question? Yes.
Okay, yes, yes. But it's burning though.
It's working now, I think.
If it's not burning, then we'll have a break first. Okay. Then we'll come back for the question. Is it really sort of need an answer right now or what?
Okay. Go ahead, go ahead.
Because many may want, I can feel that the energy is very low now.
Thank you. I'm Lugianti from Indonesia. My question to Professor Torres. Could you explain about the ethical protocol violations and then how far it affects the procedure of the research study or research study?
How? Sorry, how?
What do you mean by the ethical violation, protocol violation, and ethical consideration, and how far it will affect the research procedure?
How far are the ethical violations? Because the ethics committee is supposed to look at the ethical violations, right? So when there's an ethical violation, you're supposed to recommend corrective action. No? So the ethics committee has to show evidence that they are doing corrective action. You know, when we discussed it during the meeting, some member of ethics committee will say, oh, when we meet, we comment, you know, we comment that that's not appropriate. I said, all right, you look at your minutes. What's the final decision? Noted, no further action. Even if you commented during the meeting, if your decision that you communicate, no further action, it's useless discussion, no? So during the meeting, you should take note whether the comments are appropriate, whether it should be endorsed by the ethics committee. But at the end, if you only say, no further action, useless meeting.
Yeah, so it's for on amendment. Like many times we are seeing there that we have already given the approval, but after that, when they submit in the journals, in the form of articles, journals may suggest the title amendments, and many people come for that. So what should we do in this case?
I think when it's already in the journal, that's beyond the ethics committee now. But still, they can report violation. And sometimes, they do it to correct the documents. No?
I'm asking about the amendment in the title of the study.
Amendment of what?
When they ask for the changes in the title.
Yeah, title.
Where's...
So what is the purpose of the amendment of the title? Because most of the study protocols would have simple and boring titles, but when you go to submit to the TDR journal, you have to put a name that is kind of interesting and will like turn your others to read that. So many times the investigators ask us to change the name. You say you don't need to do that. We just say that the title of the protocols that we approve according to the COA is like this, and the name of the published article would be the other one, and inside the content would be the same. We will be giving an approval letter, acknowledge that the names are different, but the protocols having the same methodology. So that is what we have been doing quite several times now, because it's a requirement from our academy. When our researchers are getting academic titles and they're submitting journals to be considered for their titles or like professorship or associate professorships, sometimes they ask that they're not the same. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So just it. Just say that. Okay, they are the same. They're one and the same, but with different names. Okay. But you have to look carefully with the methodology.
Okay. So it's okay. The answer. We share the same issues. Okay.
But sometimes the focus of the article has become different, no? And the review of journal articles is the prerogative of the journal editor, you know. But they have to cite that these are the results of this study that was approved by the ethics committee. Yeah. Because sometimes you try different focus of the article.
I think they share the same issue, because our academic promotion or whatever that is, they want to make sure that it's the same protocol. So they come back to the ethics committee to say, is it the same thing? Is it okay? Things like that, because something is sort of, for me.
Yeah, sometimes they apply for amendment, you know, even at the end, because they say this is what we try to highlight in the journal article, you know. But this is the result of this study protocol that was approved by the ethics committee, because journals now ask whether this protocol was approved by the ethics committee. So that's an important consideration now. But sometimes you focus on another point in the journal article, but it has to be reported to the journal, and the title of the original protocol approved by the ethics committee should be there.
Okay. So the answer is yes, you should review, okay? But you should look at the content and all sort of things, whether it's the same as the one you approve or not. Is that correct? Yes. You just don't just give the change, but you should look inside as well. Okay, what is it? Okay, burning question. Okay.
Greetings to all. I'm from IRC chair from Nepal. My question is on amendment. Like the approval is given, amendment is informed to the investigator, but to the PI, but it is not, compliance is not there with the IRC, because at this stage in Nepal we are still into that, putting after the amendment how they have to follow. So what kind of actions we can take so that the compliance of the PI increases, and we can, they report, they monitor, and they keep in contact with the IRC. So how far, what kind of actions we can take after the amendment is not reported or the compliance is not come from the PI? No, not yet. The proposal, ethical approval is given, it's into the research, but we find out during the monitoring that there are some changes been made. But when we contact the PI, the compliance is not there. So what kind of actions an IRC can do?
You mean that the investigator done the study before the approval of the amendment?
Yeah.
So it means that protocol violation,
yeah, not because
or
of
deviation.
Yeah.
According, the investigator should implement after we approve the protocol.
Yeah, but like during the research and all changes come, like it's happening with few issues have arisen such, we have started. So they are not compliance to the IRC, because that is still not very strict over here. So what kind of actions in midway of the research, suppose they are into their report writing, manuscript preparation time. So what kind of actions we take so that we can facilitate them as well, and also maintain our ethical
so
content.
In my opinion, is this protocol deviation, and you will be consider the deviation is serious or not?
Exactly, a measure or the, yeah. Yes, and
I think
suppose it's minor amendment, changes in the questionnaire and also. How do we increase the compliance of the PI? That's what. Like, shall we be very strict, or how do we motivate them? Because we get those kind of lot of issues keep coming. So, no, how further we can go? What kind of actions? Because we're not talking about the actions, we're talking about the violations. So maybe it's quite.
In my ethics committee,
Yeah.
first they have to submit a protocol violation report because they implemented amendments without ethics approval.
Okay.
Second, they have to submit an amendment report, and we analyze both. No? So, do we approve this amendment? What happens to the participants who were recruited before the amendment? Then you make an assessment. Does it affect the rights and safety of participants? Maybe they need to be reconsented. Maybe they need to be dropped, you know? So these are the things that we check regarding the new amendment. So it's always about the safety of participants and the scientific merits. No? But there must be a protocol deviation report to be submitted together with the amendment. And they are assessed separately. In my ethics committee, there's one who reviews the protocol violation report. There's another one who will review the amendment. And then at the end, we agree what action should be taken about this specific amendment. But always, the bottom line is the safety of participants. So it's minor, maybe it does not affect. Scientific merits, it does not affect. So maybe we say, okay, we will approve, but do not do it next time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Then we will discuss SAE.
do a lot of training on the SAE, how to recognize them, how to deal with them, and things like that. Okay, Dr. Sweta, please. By the way, she comes from Konkan University. Please.
Okay. Good afternoon once again, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Chantra and Professor Christina for providing me the opportunity to share my experience in reviewing SAE reports in Thailand. So I'd like to start, I'd like to emphasize how important the safety reporting is in clinical trial. Oops. Here we go. So I'm planning to take just a few minutes to go to overview the importance of the SAE reports. So throughout the drug development process, for the regulatory review, we always start with the drug discovery, preclinical trial before the candidates or the investigational molecules can go to the clinical trial. So once the preclinical studies are finished, then the sponsor will submit, we call IND submission, in which they will submit documents to the FDA to get approval so that the drug candidates can go to the clinical trial. At the same time, the same protocols will also be submitted to the ethics committee to review. Once they get both approval, the FDA and the ethics committee, then the clinical trial can start. So for ethical points of view, once the protocols or documents, the study clinical trial related documents are submitted to the ethics committee, it will go through the ethical review process in order to safeguard safety, rights, and welfare of human subjects. Once the protocols get approved, then the clinical trial, especially the first in human or the phase 1, can be initiated. Then, after the clinical trials are finished, then the sponsor will submit all the results from the very beginning, from the drug discovery, preclinical study data, as well as clinical study data to the FDA once again to get the drug approved so that they can sell it in the market. At this process, we call new drug application. The main reason whether or not the drug will get approved by the FDA to be launched in the market, it depends on two major factors, as we know. It's the safety and efficacy. So the FDA will take a look whether the drug is safe and whether it works. If it's safe, it works, then the drug can get approved and to be sold in the market. I'd like to show some interesting data. This is the information that shows we call drug development failure. Actually, this is not the word that the sponsor would like to hear, the failure. What I like to emphasize on this slide is showing the probability of success. Success means the drug can get approved and can be sold in the market. If you look at each bar graph, we can see the probability of success. The first one is showing once the drug gets to the phase 1, that's about 63% according to this data that it will continue to the phase 2. At the same time, you can see here among the 5 bars, we can see that the lowest success rate is the phase 2. That means most of the drug, or about 2/3 of them, failed in the phase 2. We're going to see what can be the reason in the next slides. So overall, we can see that only once the drug gets to the phase 1, only 10% approximately can pass through the approval. So that means 90% of the drug that goes to the clinical trial failed. So this is showing the major reason of discontinuation of drug development program. You can see that there are many reasons to see whether or not the drug can be continued in the drug development process before it can get approved. After the FIH, that means the phase 1, most of the drug fails at phase 1 because of toxicity, because it's not safe enough, even though the drug is tested in healthy volunteer mainly. When it gets to phase 2, we can see that most of them fail because of lack of efficacy. Similarly to the phase 3, that most of the drugs that fail in phase 3 because of the lack of efficacy. So this is the major reason. It's very interesting. Let me go back to this, Let me go back to this slide just a bit. So these data are collected during the year 2006 to 2015. Another paper, which is more recent, show that even though in different years, from 2010 to 2017, that we still see the same number of 90% of clinical drug development fails. So that means only 10% pass that gets to the clinical trial phase 1 can get approved. So this reference emphasizes the possible reasons why 90% of clinical drug development fails. If you see the main reason is lack of clinical efficacy, about 40 to 50%. But once we look at the toxicity or unmanageable toxicity, that means the drug is not safe enough to be used. So that's about 30%. So if you look at this, we can see that it tells us that during the drug development process, during the clinical trial process, a lot of patients could suffer from the investigational drugs. So this is how important the safety monitoring during the drug development process. Why is safety monitoring required in all clinical trials? The only reason could be to ensure the subject safety and study integrity. So we are going to look at the safety reporting in clinical trial. So that's the overview. So before I go into details of the safety reporting and how the IRB can review those reports, I'd like to show the major guideline, because these are, as of my experience, this could be the most referred guidelines that we use when we review the safety reports. International standards for drug safety monitoring, the COMS guideline, the COMS and the ICH. Later in my later slides, I will mention about the use of COM forms to report the SUSA cases. And also the ICH-GCP is the main guideline. I'm giving here an example of the ICH-GCP. I like to declare that in my slide here, I still use the current, the E6R2 ICH-GCP guideline. In the section 5.16, 5.16 for the safety information, two points that mention regarding the safety information in the ICH-GCP is sponsor is responsible for the ongoing safety evaluation of investigational products. That means that throughout the whole process of the drug development, sponsor will have to take a look, to take a look at all details whenever the safety issue is raised during the clinical trials. The 5.16.2 mentioned that sponsor should promptly notify all concerned investigators and institutions, as well as regulatory authorities, that could mean FDA in each country, of findings that could affect adversely the safety of the subjects. This is very important, and to me, this is the key issue, that the sponsor could not at all ignore any incidents that could lead to the safety issues, the safety concern of the subjects during the clinical trial. And also, it's also mentioned about the IRB or the IEC's approval, in which the safety issue that could impact the conduct of the trial or alter the IRB's approval, favorable opinion to continue to the trial must be reported. So the E6R2 also mentioned regarding the safety reporting that all SAE, I will explain in the next slide what the SAE are. The all SAE should be reported immediately to the sponsor. That means the investigator will be the very first one to notice or to know about the incidents. So the investigator is very important in the circle of the safety reporting because he or she will be the very first one to see that. So the investigator should report all the SAE immediately to the sponsor. So the keyword, now I have the keyword promptly and immediately, which I will also mention later. The way that the investigator must report to the sponsor is include the details in the form of written reports. They cannot just make a phone call or anything. Mostly the sponsor will provide or prepare the SAE, we call SAE forms. So the investigator will just need to fill the forms. And the investigator will have to report the immediate, we call initial reports, as well as follow-up reports. It means that once the case occurs, the PI or the investigator will have to follow up and keep follow-up report the follow-ups to the sponsor. Investigator should comply with the regulatory requirements. AE or laboratory abnormalities identified to the protocols. I will show in the next slide when we talk about the abnormal laboratory findings. In case of death, the investigator should supply to the IRB with additional requested information. So you need to, the investigator need to provide the details of the case, especially in the death case. So I will give example later with the problem, for the problem with the investigator. So in order to make sure that all the parties understand the same meanings of either AE or SAE, I took this definition from the guideline. So AE or adverse event could be any unwanted or unfavorable medical occurrence that occur during the human research, the clinical trial. This also includes any abnormal sign, for example, abnormal physical examination or abnormal laboratory findings, symptoms, clinical event, or disease. That, I put in the red color, occurs during the subject's participation in the study. So we have kind of clarification in case of, for example, in the oncology trial, in which the subjects already finished receiving the investigational product, and in the follow-up period, they are still the participants. They are still in the clinical trial. So even they stop receiving the investigational product, they are in the follow-up period. Any adverse event or the serious adverse events that occur, the PI still need to report it. That's part of what they say that here, that during the participation in the research. And, practically, it's not possible for the PI to report all the AE. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot, and it's going to either the sponsor or the IRB will be bombarded with a lot of reports. So, the guideline, actually, I skipped the FDA guideline. That mentioned about the serious adverse event. When we call SAE, it's serious adverse events. That means in some cases, it's not serious, but some are serious. So let's take a look at what can be called serious adverse event. Mainly when we talk about serious adverse events, that means any adverse events or any reaction that occurs anytime during the clinical trial that lead to death of the participants. The second one is life-threatening. The patients, the subjects do not die, but they suffer from very serious occurrence. As well as the inpatient hospitalization or prolonged hospitalization. The fourth one is the persistent or significant incapability. And the fifth one is congenital anomaly or birth defect. If you've reviewed the clinical trial protocols before, we can see that I would say 99.9% of the protocols would exclude the pregnant women. And the protocols always mention that during participating in the study, the subjects will have to use the birth control in order to prevent any unwanted effect to the fetus. But sometimes, and as of my experience, many times that we saw that the participants got pregnant in the clinical trial. So what the PI should do, they should withdraw them. The pregnant women, the pregnant participants immediately. And they need to follow up for the baby who will be born from that participants to take a look. If any congenital anomaly birth defect occurs, we have to think that probably related or caused by the investigational product, for example. So another criteria is called important medical events that might not falls into the first 5 criteria, but it's what considered serious based on appropriate medical judgment. Could be by the PI or the sponsor. So that could be, these are the list of all the serious adverse events. In my later slide, I will talk about unexpected adverse event. So not only serious, but the sponsor mostly want to know the unknown adverse event. So that's called unexpected. So we have the word unexpected adverse event. The unexpected adverse event is considered that event is not listed in the investigator brochure. What does that mean? It means that any event that are already in the investigator brochure, that means the sponsor already know this is going to happen. But if it's not in there and they consider, right, this is a new adverse event, later they might put in the investigator brochure because they did not know it before, so we call unexpected. So overall, I'd like to put it into this safety data flow in the clinical trial. So for any adverse event that occurs, either it's serious or not serious, it will be reported to the sponsor. It will be recorded in the case report form. So the PI will be the one who reports all the events that he or she sees with the participants in the case report form. And it will be later put in the study database, in which the sponsor will be the one who evaluate all the events. This is under the data management center controlled by the sponsor. However, even though all the adverse events are reported to the sponsor, but only serious adverse event will be reported to the IRB. So if it's not serious, the PI you will not see it. The PI will report only the serious adverse event. So at the same time, not only the IRB, but the regulatory authority will receive the report of SAE as well. So in Thailand, the Thai FDA put an announcement that for the investigation of products under the clinical trials, any serious adverse event must be reported to the Thai FDA as well. So this is pretty much the study flow of the safety reporting. In the report, what will we see in the report? It depends on the SAE reporting form. This is going to show the sample of the Konkan University. Majorly, what we want to know for each SAE case, we would like to the PI to determine whether or not it's related to the investigation of product. We call relationship or causality, in which the PI will have the way to determine it. I will talk about the example of Konkan University. So the PI will be the one, because he is the one who sees the patient. So he will be the perfect person to identify the relationship based on the protocols, based on his experience, and a lot of things. The PI will also need to define the severity of that case. So the report must be prepared for each case. So the PI will need to provide the data, what happened to this case, either death, life-threatening, hospitalization, or others. Action taken is also very important, which I will talk about this later also. Either to continue, to reduce, to increase the doses, to temporarily stop, the permanent stop, everything must comply with the approved protocols. The PI cannot make their own decision without following the protocols or consulting with the sponsor. So, and also outcome, that's why the ethics committee wants to see the follow-up report. They want to see the outcome of the case, whether the case is solved, like patient is discharged from the hospital, just go home perfectly fine, or they became worse and eventually they died later. So the ethics committee will need to see also that the PI has provided appropriate care of the case, that they take a very good care of the subject. So all kinds of information that we would like to know. So my point is, whatever the ethics committee wants to know, prepare the form, the FAE reporting form. So I'm showing the internal SAE reporting form for the researcher from my university. You can see the Thai language. So this is the SAE reporting form for the internal SAE. So what you would like them to report, you put in the form. So this is just example. I took just part of it, not the whole form. So we like them to report the protocol number, the PI's number, and the contact information, the protocol title, and the subject number. That means each form can be used only per case. So they have to define what happened in this case by putting the subject number. Where it happens, I mean, for example, like hospitalization, where is the patient admitted to the hospital? And the list of SAE, in the number 6, they have to put the details on what happens. And the date of occurrence, known date of occurrence, because it could be the different date. Like patients can admit to the hospital in another province, another town, and the PI finds out later. So whenever they know, then they put in the number 8, and the date of initial report, the initial or follow-up report, and other details, including the action taken by the research team. We also asked the PI to identify the seriousness of the case, death, life-threatening, hospitalization, what happens. And also, is it expected? I already showed the slide of how to define unexpected. So they need to follow the investigation, the investigator brochures, and other details in their own protocols, and a lot other information as well. So I'd like to move to what should happen after the ethics committee receive the SAE reports. So I'd like to focus first on the internal SAE. Internal SAE means that SAE takes place in the patients or the subjects in the protocols that is approved. So it doesn't matter where he or she admitted to the hospital. If that participant is part of the protocol that ethics committee approved, it's internal SAE. So it's very important for the ethics committee to review the internal SAE because you are protecting the this is the way that you can protect the participants in the protocols that you approved. So I try to summarize some of my own experience about what should the ethics committee review. So I put the number 1, whether the case is reported to the EC within the timeline. Why we need to pay attention with the timeline? Because we follow the guideline that say promptly, immediately. That's why I keep these 2 keywords. So in Thailand, we used to have problems, not the ethics committee problem, but the sponsor problems. Because before we have this guideline, the different ethics committee in Thailand required the reporting of SAE at different timeline. One ethics committee might require, within 24 hours. Other would say 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days. The sponsor got confused and said, you, ethics committee, talk together and harmonize the guideline. This is how it came out. We call Guideline for Adverse Event Report by the Forum of Ethical Review Committee in Thailand, or FERCAP. So in Thailand, we follow the FERCAP guideline in terms of how to review and the timeline of the review. I cut just part of it because I like to pay more attention on the reporting and the review of internal SAE. So this is example of how to report we call local SAE. Local and internal SAE is the same. So this is example that the first guideline mentioned about, for example, the case of fatal, death, and life-threatening. The PI must report the case to the ethics committee not later than 24 hours after PI acknowledgement. That I just give example. Sometimes when the case occurs, the PI had no idea what happened until later. But once he knows it, he cannot delay. He has to report within 24 hours in case of death and life-threatening. And we accept the form. Whatever form that the PI report to the sponsor, you can report that form to the IRB. You don't need to prepare another form because it's kind of, because we need the immediate action by the PI. In case of non-fatal, non-life-threatening, it can be a bit later, like no later than 7 calendar days after PI acknowledgement. This is example of how we harmonize the SAE reporting in Thailand in terms of the timeline. So, excuse me, I'd like to go back to this slide. Okay, first, number 1, when the safety reports are submitted to the IRB, to the EC. I'd like to talk about how the EC should review it. But first of all, who should review the SAE report? Who should review the SAE report? Because the process starting from submission, the next should be the review and then report to the board and record into the meeting minutes. So who should review the SAE reports? Yeah, they could be various. Based on my survey experience, we saw a variety of the SAE reviewer. The SAE reviewer could be an assigned experienced member. An example of my university, at Khon Kaen University, for the internal SAE, we assign medical doctor. but the external SAE can be reviewed by pharmacists. This is example. This is the model that we use. This can be the reviewers, could be assigned experienced member, could be the primary reviewer, because most of the time primary reviewers are the experienced in that field. So in some ethics committee might assign a primary reviewer to review the SAE reports, or some ethics committee might create or appoint the subcommittee on SAE. So it depends. So there are a variety of models of who should review the SAE reports. So what you review? So because of the PI needs to provide details of the case, which I will show in the example later. So they need to report, they need to provide the details of the case. The easiest way for the PI to provide details of the case is to provide the SAE forms, similarly to what they report to the sponsor. That will be acceptable. In order to determine the relatedness, because we need to be sure that whether or not the incidents or the SAE is caused by the investigation of products. So the PI will be the one who tell us whether or not it's related. So the relatedness can be preliminarily determined by the PI based on many informations that they have in hand. For example, whether or not these incidents or these symptoms has been previously reported to be caused by the same investigation of product. And the timeline of the SAE, whether or not that could lead to determination of relatedness. For example, it occurs right after the subject takes the investigation of product. So the timeline could be another factor that helps determine the relatedness. The challenge and re-challenge can be done also, but it depends not all the investigation of products, because sometimes it's too dangerous to do the re-challenge. So it depends on what they plan to do in case that to identify the relatedness. Association between dosage and degree of SAE, whether or not it's dose related or dose dependent. And objective evidence showing the causality of the SAE. So whether or not it's been in another reports as well, or any evidence that the PI can be used to determine the relatedness or the relationship. The EC will need to take a very close look at the appropriate action taken by the PI, because we need to protect and we do care a lot about the safety of the participants. So whatever happens to the participants, the EC cannot ignore it. So the appropriate action taken by the PI, the EC will have to determine whether or not the action taken by the PI is appropriate and or sufficient to reduce unnecessary risk to the subjects, and whether or not that action will provide sufficient care to the subjects. So they have to provide the details. If you need that details, you set up the form for them to report to you, and this information will be used for the reviewer to review the SAE reports. And whether or not that actions are in accordance with the protocols. For example, whether or not these incidents can lead to the withdrawal criteria. So if it falls in the withdrawal criteria, they have to withdraw them. And the risk management plan, whether or not it's stated in the protocol, the original, the approved protocol, so they have to follow that. So we can also check whether or not the care that they provide to the subjects follow the risk management plan that the EC approved at the beginning. So for types of decision, it can be no further action required, request information, or recommend further actions. I like to use the next slides to summarize some common problems that we encountered in reviewing the safety reports. I would say that number one is the most common problem that, okay, let me change that, is what we saw. No safety reporting. Both Professor Chantra and Professor Christina mentioned about that the PI do not report. It could be they do not know that they have to report, or they know but they do not report. So you have to identify what happens in your institutes. Mostly for the sponsor trials, the sponsor will have audits, monitors very closely. So we receive a lot of safety reports from the sponsor trial. But for investigator-initiated trial, that's very few. It could be, no report, or they do not report, but somehow they do not know that they need to report. Professor Christina showed in her previous slides about sensitizing, training, informing, whatever mechanisms that the ethics committee will need to use in order to educate them, to encourage them to report. Reporting the SAE cases is not a punishment. Oh, we don't want to report them. We don't want to report to the ethics committee, otherwise they will punish us. It's not that kind of punishment, but we are working together, the ethics committee and the PI, to protect the human subjects, the human participants. So if there's no safety reporting as well, you need to look at the protocols. Because in some protocols, even for investigator-initiated, it's not possible. I mean, it's not possible at all to have any SA cases. So it depends on the protocols. You might need to take a look whether or not the PI reported, they do not know, or they do not report it. So many mechanisms can be emphasized. Insufficient safety monitoring following the SAE incidents in which PIs do not know when the SAE occurs. I give example of a subject is admitted to the hospital, and the PI has no idea that his subject is now being treated in the hospital until the the subjects already discharged, go home, and they find out like 3 months later that 3 months ago his participants came to the hospital. So this is not right. So that means the PI do not, the research team do not have the sufficient safety monitoring. So there must be some kind of the alert and alarming to notify them that the patient is admitted to the hospital. So we need to take a look at that too, because we had that experience before. The delay of safety reporting. In Thailand, we follow the first aid guideline as was previously shown in the slides. For example, in case of death, they have to send a report to the EC and sponsor within 24 hours after the PI's acknowledgement. So if it's delayed, they have to report the non-compliance. They have to submit the non-compliant reports as well. Incomplete, insufficient details. As of my experience, I used to receive one report. The only one word that I see is dead. Nothing else. What is it? What happened? Only the one word dead. So we need to request more information. What's the cause of death? What happened? So sometimes we need to request more information. And also, another common problem is the action taken to the SAE cases does not follow the protocol. For example, that if the subjects, the participants, has these kind of abnormal laboratory values, they cannot be in the study anymore. They need to be withdrawn. So we need to check whether or not the subject is withdrawn from the study. So if the PI did not withdraw them, so that's the protocol violation, because that can cause serious concern to the participants. The increase, decrease of the dose and temporary suspension, whatever, it must follow the protocols. Sometimes the PI tells us that they already consult the sponsor, and this the determination from the sponsor what to do with the case. So with that information, that will help us to review the appropriateness of the action taken to the participants. So this is all about the internal SAE. So during the discussion, if anyone from any other EC, if you have different experience that we can share. So I'd like to take a bit of time to talk about the external SAE. So external SAE can come in the different varieties, forms, the different types of the reports. Professor Christina mentioned about the Development Safety Update Reports, the SUR. This is one of the type for the external SAE reports. The external SAE report can be the cases that occur in other sites in the country. It's like it's not at all related to us. In reviewed and taken care of by other ECs, that can be external reports. But for the sponsor, because of especially for the multi-center, when the trial is conducted globally, so the sponsor will collect all the cases and they will verify and make the report. According to the regulations, the sponsor will have to report all the external SAE, we call the summary report, every at least 6 months. So that means you will receive the reports, the external reports to the sponsor at least twice per year. So the external SAE report can come in the form of SAE report, blinded and blinded SUSA line listing report. I will talk about SUSA in the next slide. Periodic Safety Summary SUSA, the CTSUR, Clinical Trial Safety Update Report, the SAR report, the SUR, the Development Safety Update Report, or the IDMC report, so they can come in many variety forms. So if your ethics committee review the sponsor clinical trial, I'm pretty sure that you are familiar with this kind of reports. So for the SUSA, SUSA is very important event that we need to take a look. SUSA stands for Suspected Unexpected Serious Adverse Event. It happens like this. So whenever any SAE occurs, the PI, the investigator, will send the SAE report to the sponsor and to the ethics committee. The ethics committee, this one is considered internal SAE. So the ethics committee will do their job by reviewing the internal SAE. At the same time, the same report which is sent to the sponsor will be determined by the sponsor whether or not it's SUSA. Some SAEs are not SUSA, but some are. So the SUSA will be considered as suspected. Suspected means they believe that is caused by the investigational product. And unexpected. Unexpected means they did not know before that this could happen. So SUSA is the incident that the sponsor would like to know most. So some SAE are SUSA, some are not. If the SAE is expected and not related at all, it will not be considered SUSA. So after the PI reports to the sponsor the sponsor will determine that case, whether or not it's SUSA. If it's not SUSA, the case is closed. But if it's SUSA, they will send the COM form back to the PI. And the PI will send that form to the ethics committee. The COM form looks like this. You might already familiar with this form. So whenever you receive this form, that means this case is already considered SUSA. So sponsor, because they receive a lot of reports from the PIs throughout the world if the trial is conducted globally. So there will be a lot of reports sent to the sponsor. They will summarize all the reports and send to the PI. So they will I'm giving example of the reports that calls periodic safety summary of SUSA, which the regulation says that the PI must report the periodic safety summary of SUSA every 6 months. So every 6 months, they will gather all the SUSA cases and make a report. So majorly, the contents of the periodic safety summary SUSA is they'll provide the details of the investigational medical product, the summary of data and conclusions, the presentation of the line listing. The line listing is showing each case. As of my experience, once again, the longest periodic safety summary SUSA that I've ever seen is 1,600 pages. Before we use electronic system, I think Professor Kwanchano knows that. When it comes in paper, I could fill the whole table with one report, the whole table. Professor Kwanchano saw that, well, what am I going to do with one report? 1,600 pages, and it's like, the whole box, the boxes of the paper fill up the whole table. That's the longest one. However, doesn't matter how long it is, if you understand how to review it, you will, that's not going to be a problem. So what the EC should review, because in the report they will provide this information, you just need to look the ethics committee will just need to look at the summary by the sponsor. In the report, they will show the number of reports, like this is number 1, number 2, number 3, because they have to report every 6 months, and the period of reporting. So you will see in which period they reported. And the number of cases. I will show the number of cases, but we like to know, like for example, in Thailand, I'd like to know that among 1,300 cases, how many cases took place in Thailand, occurred in Thailand. So we will try to take a look. Let's say, for example, if there are 40 cases around the world, but 35 cases occur in Thailand, we might have to think about something. Why so many SUSA cases happen in our country, not other country? What's going on? So we might need to take a look at that details as well. However, in one section, you should see the summary and the conclusion in which the sponsor will summarize the new safety finding concern. Is there any new SUSA or any adverse drug reactions? What's the risk and benefit? What's the balance of the risk benefit? They will summarize and they just try to find it, what they think and what they summarize in the report. Is there any new risk information that needs to be added in the investigation brochure? Or is there any SUSA or any adverse event that needs to lead to the update of protocol investigator brochure or the informed consent? So that's what we need to take a look. We will not read everything that they provide because that's too much, but we will see what they summarize. I'd like to do another example of how to review the Development Safety Update Report, or the DSUR. In the DSUR, it's different. DSUR will be reported once a year So this is the full report. The difference between the DSUR and the SUSA line listing, the SUSA line listing will only focus on the SUSA, but the DSUR will have everything about the study. So this will update the ongoing of the study. That's why we need to see the DSUR only once a year. We don't need to see every 6 months. So the content in the DSUR include the version, reporting period, release date, and the details of investigational medical product, as well as the summary of ongoing study. In the DSUR, it will show how many subjects have already been recruited in the study, like that, for example. So what EC should review when you receive the DSUR? You will take a look again, the summary by the sponsor, the update information of the study, the number of participants, and the sometimes they will show the will include the marketing experience if the investigation product is already registered or approved in some countries, for example. Is there any new safety information? What about the risk benefit, the benefit and risk balance, so, and all other details. So you will need to try to look at the summary part, because this will come in very thick report. You don't need to read everything, just to see the important information. At the end, I'd like to mention a bit about the DSMB. In the beginning of this session, we talked a bit about the DSMB, that DSMB is another mechanism in the clinical trial that will help monitor the safety of the ongoing study. So what I'd like to emphasize in this slide is that the meaning of the DSMB should be included in the DSMB will have to be mentioned in the protocols. Mostly in the sponsor trial, they will have one section of the safety monitoring and mention that there will be the DSMB to monitor the safety of the clinical trial. If any protocol does not mention at all about the DSMB, we need to look whether or not they have another appropriate plan for the DSMB. Or the ethics committee can request the study to set up the DSMB. However, when the DSMB meet during the meeting, they will need to make recommendation. The recommendation will be the recommendation made by the DSMB could be continuation without modification. That means the study can continue, and you don't need, the sponsor do not need to modify anything. Or the DSMB might request the modification or even termination of the clinical trial. And then the sponsor will have to follow that recommendation. Mostly, as of my experience, I see the continue without modification. But in any case that the DSMB recommends the modification, you should expect that the amendment will be sent to the ethics committee very soon. And in case of termination, the ethics committee will need to carefully take a look of the managed plan. What will happen if the study is suddenly terminated, and what's going to happen to the patient, to the subject. So there are a lot of things to take a look once the DSMB report is submitted to the ethics committee. I take a lot of time already, so I'd like to finish my talk at this slide. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we still have another one interesting topic that will be presented by Professor Dr. Narapon Prayuniwat. The topic is the site visit. So this is very important one. Okay.
So it's not showing again. So no, you are all very tired.
The bottom one is the next. This is next. Bottom one is the next.
This is not mine. Need to change to my file. So after you have listened, no, the last one, site visit. It's going to be site visit. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. So after you have listened to lots of documents that the investigators have to send to you, now you go to see them, how they do it at their own site. So this is what we do at Sirat Hospital. Mr. Adun Bunsi is my HRPU staff member who had been handling all of the site visits. Okay. This is my disclosure slide. So we are operating the site visit according to our SOP, which is based on the common federal rules, as I showed you in the bottom. So the policy of the site visit is that HRPU have the authority and responsibility to conduct site visits. So this is written here, where we have to do it. So what is the purpose of doing this? We want to ensure that the protection of human subjects involved in research. We want to see that. Another thing is that we want to see whether the compliance with applicable regulations and faculty policies has been followed. And if necessary, we will be providing oversight and education. The goal is to confirm by observation the accurate and consistent protocol performance. The manner that we go into to the site visits is that it's going to be our colleagues and unobtrusive. No threat, no punishment. Okay? So the message, it has to be like that. So we expect that the departments, the principal investigators, and the research team members have to be fully cooperate with our request. And the review, there are two types. One is randomly or routinely done, and another thing is that for course, if there is a complaint on that, based on the compliant records of the researchers. The information that we gathered from the monitoring, the implementation of the research studies, and necessary process corrections, particularly in that research site, and any areas of improvement, are used to plan for educational sessions that we have to provide to our researchers and the quality improvement of our unit. So it's not only to go and see what they are doing, but we are learning from what they had done, what kind of misunderstanding or misconcepts that we have to come back and design our training programs to go in like proactive to tell them not to do something like this. So for the criteria for selection, this is the first one would be directed site visit or for course. If there's a history, a blacklist of poor adherence to regulations and policies, or there are serious adverse events occurring in that particular site, or some reports of violations and ongoing continuing deviation, irregularity, non-compliance of that particular site, and if there are complaints or any concern on the potential unethical conducts, we'll go into that particular site. And we might choose to focus on one aspect or can do it broadly. And for the routine site visits, since we have so many, as your ethics committee would have lots of protocols, we cannot go through every one of them, but we have to choose. So these are the criteria that we choose. It's going to be active protocols with greater than minimum risk, and is less than 5 years, and is currently enrolling or actively following participants. They must involve vulnerable subjects populations or potential for increased risk for the participants, for example, a phase 1 study or gene therapy, something like that. Or it might involve large number of subjects, so we'll see that whether the researchers will be able to handle all the participants. And if it's a investigated and initiated protocols without any formal routine provisions for on-site monitoring, that's going to be a place that we'd like to go and see. Okay? And the selection is at discretion of the IRB. We do it 4 times a year, 2 sites for each panel. We have 4 different IRB panels, so we have only 8 panels, 8 protocols that we see every year. So there are steps, 4 steps of doing the site visits. The first one is you have to tell them first. Notice of the site visit. Our officer will be contacting the principal investigators that we are going in, and then we will have to provide the written notification. And the schedule has to be mutually convenient. I mean, both sides have to be convenient in going in, okay? And date and time. Except for safety concern, we might go not very convenient for them. And in preparation for the site visit, the investigator have to be notified with formal letters in 14 days in advance, and we'll tell them what they have to prepare to get all the documents that we'll be asking for available for the assessment at that time that we are visit. For the site visit team, there will be at least 4. The team leader is usually the IRB chair, and we have the secretary to that panel and the members of that IRB panel, that particular panel, and the HRPU staff responsible for that panel, and Mr. Adun, who has been assigned to do for their site visits. And there might be members from another panel with experience on that particular study that might be invited to the team, depending on the study. And the team preparation, we have to review the protocols as well as the continuing reports. The documents, we will be looking at the protocols at the first version, at the updated versions, the COA, PAS, ICF, and case record form, something like that. And we like to see whether the data recorded in the form is the same as the source data. And the list of the investigators and their assigned responsibilities, we will be looking at that. And also the latest version of the investigators brochure. For the products that have been transported in, particularly those for the, for example, the cell therapy, how they transport the products from the storage to the participants, and any documents on the control on the storage of the substance use, dispensing, how well it is done, and we have to look for the records on the sample storage, whether it's a serum or it's a tissue, and a copy of the progress report that had been submitted to the IRB. If there is any data safety monitoring committee, we also would like to see the data on that too. We would like to know whether the investigator, the co-investigators and assistants have the knowledge and understanding, real understanding in conducting research according to the SOP, okay? And the number or the quantity of the research protocols. Some sites have lots of protocols. Whether they can handle it or not. There might be too many participants that can handle at one time. And whether the research site is quite suitable of facilitating to research protocol. It's not something like an OPD with lots of people going in and going out, and how the products is utilized and controlled as it had been approved. We would like to see whether the participants receive complete details before giving consents, and we would like to inspect some of their consent forms, how the participant, whether they have signed, completely signed and dated on the ASRB stamped documents. Whenever the protocol is approved, the documents have to be stamped by our IRB, and we expect them to use only the stamped documents. And if possible, you might be seeing how they obtain a consent from the participants, but that is very difficult because participants might not be coming on the day that we are going in. So if there is any significant amendment, we expect to see that the participants had to be re-informed and give another consent on that new amendment. And the participants' information had to be kept in confidential and access limited place. We compared the adverse event reports at that site with what they had sent to us, and then protocol deviations as well, and inspect all of the documents that have been occurred in that site. And one thing is that inspection of the payment of the compensation for the participants, whether the participant has received any payment, any document that prove that the participant had been paid. So that's the preparation. Everything is in a form. Okay, this is form we call internal document number 23. It is going to look like that. We go to research protocol, and then we have checklists for that when going into the site. So going to the site visit. First, we'll meet the team member about half an hour before the scheduled time, and we'll talk what it is going to do, in what particular protocol, what is of our concern, and who's going to do what job, who's going to be looking for the files, we're going to looking at the research, something like that. When we go to meet the investigators and explain that we are coming in, we are not making punishment, we would like to help them improve the quality of research ethically. And then the principal investigators will be presenting us briefly on what they are doing, and then after that, we'll go and check for the study files and go for site inspections. Might do some interviews with the investigators or any personnel, research assistants that are knowledgeable about the specific aspects that is of concern in the study. And after that, we would like to improve their research. We will provide recommendations and educational supports if needed. And after that, the visit will be concluded by the site visit team leader with a summary of findings, and we'll talk to them, exchange opinions, how they're doing that, why they're doing that, so that there will be quality improvement for both sides. As I say, that we have to take that information back to what we had to do in educational purpose. This is how we did that. So it is like a meeting, and then someone would be looking through the files and see what's going on. So after the activities, we have to collect the information, the comments from all the team members, and then generate a summary report providing details on the findings, areas of improvement that we identified, and recommendations to do that, and have to be signed by the chair and sent to the investigator within 14 days. And if there is any non-compliance events, the investigator needs to respond properly with corrective action plans within 30 days after receiving the report. And after that, the summary of the report of site visit will be also the response from the investigator will be presented in the convened meeting of that particular panel. So we write up some responsibility. The chairperson and the secretary will be choosing which site will be visiting and assign the suitable team members. The staff would be contacting the investigators and arrange for all the documents that to be necessary. And the team member have to review the protocols in advance and receive the checklist and then go and look for what we are of concern, whether the study is being conducted in compliance with regulations, and particularly in the safeguards. So these are the job assigned to the team members. I might give you some examples that we have seen that the patient information sheet and the informed consent were kept together with a case report form for convenience. So it's a reaching of the participants in the vacation, so I'll tell them that you have to separate it. And if the patient's code should be used. And for sometimes the documents are not complete. Data were recorded with pencils so that it can come back and use an eraser to erase that. So recommend that it has to be written in ink always. And sometimes they did not use the most updated version of the documents. Sometimes they use a form that's not stamped with our logo. So they recommend that the research assistants check for the most updated version of the PAS and the ICF as well, and always use the form with our stamps. Sometimes the copies of the PAS and CSF are not given to the participants. We have to tell them that don't forget to have the participant keep a copy of their own, because in case of emergency, they would be able to contact the principal investigator for help, because a telephone number and the names will be in that forms. And the cabinets for the document storage were not locked, and in chance of a violation of privacy and confidentiality, so we always recommend them to use a locked cabinets and limit access to the key, something like that. And for the freezer and temperature storage for the medical products, you have to be temperature monitored. And we also request that the refrigerator or freezer have to be registered to the research unit or pharmacy department as well. Sometimes the copies of the payment to the participants is not kept. So we don't know whether the researcher really gave compensation to the participants or not. So it has to be properly kept. And sometimes at some sites, the research nurse is too busy because of lots of her protocols she has to handle, and she has to go to the service aspect as well. So we ask the investigators to help her by increasing the number of our research nurses. And sometimes it has been distributing documents that have been approved by the IRB. And if there is no report on serious adverse event, particularly with the fatality of participants, we have to go check for the timeline that any internal adverse events has been properly and report on schedule. So these are the examples that we have seen in site visits, and lots of sites they are doing the similar deviation. So it gets back to us that when we're teaching on the course of our ethical research, we have to tell this to them. Okay, whether it's in a lecture, because of if it's just a newcomer, they won't know anything about this. If they're not doing clinical trials, they will not care about this at all. But those researchers who are doing clinical trials should pay more attention to this, because these are the common errors that we encounter, we have been receiving and observing. Okay, so that's my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay. It's quite you have any question to the last two sessions? Have you any experience on doing the site visits? Yes, please. She wants to. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for the nice presentation. I just want to tell my experience, our experience, where when we meet the investigators and team, on the last day when we present the findings, we also ask the director of the institution to be around, because we had few times that we did not involve the director. That is quite difficult, because nowadays we involve the director and make sure that the director knows what is happening in the institution. So I think that is a good way of trying to make sure everybody knows what is happening. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, no? I don't know if the ethics committee or the investigator wants the institution director to know. But I think the more important thing is follow-up action is done, no? You can submit a report, a copy, but I don't know. It depends on the institutional policy, actually.
Yeah, it depends on the institutional
Yes.
policy, because we had once where we actually had some problem with the investigators and the director did not know, and it was a problem.
So I think...
so it depends, I agree with you. But in our country, the director needs to know.
But sometimes the investigator does not like that, you know. They say, you're here for constructive criticism. Why are you involving the director at once? We got those complaints, you know. I just wanted to add, in the new WHO global benchmarking tools, it's not only getting feedback from the investigator, it's also getting feedback from the participant. And we have done that. We will ask and I think the JCI, accredited ethics hospitals, no? They will invite someone who's a research participant and interview them. No? And in the WHO global benchmarking tool, you need to get feedback from a participant. No? So not only the investigator, but the participant. So ethics committees were asking me, what do we ask them? I said, you let them bring the informed consent and you check, no? Do they understand? What are the things that they did? So me, I get feedback. They say, oh, we called the number. I said, you contact the number there? I said, yes, wrong number. Oh, that's bad. That's a violation, see? So we get feedback from them. Did you understand the informed consent? I said, no. Was it explained to you? No. Another violation, you see? And therefore, you get feedback from the participants and you make recommendation to the investigator that they have to make sure that the informed consent form is understood. And we tell the ethics committee, the informed consent that you approved is not understandable, you see? So you have to improve your informed consent forms, you know? So things like that. No? So getting feedback, I think the bottom line, the participants should learn something. You know, when they participate in health research, they understand their disease, they understand new vaccine. So I think we have to look at health literacy also, how health literacy is being promoted by participation in clinical trials. So, and that's one way of educating them, you know?
Right.
And also educating the investigator. I just wanted to add.
Yeah. Do you do that? You do sometimes?
We haven't done that, but what we had done is that at one time, we went to the outreach program. This is another one, quite unique for the AHR. We observed the participants' recruitment. At that time, we went in for outreach program. That means we want to introduce ourselves, what we are doing, what is research, something like that, but also observe what they are doing. At first, the researchers are quite uncomfortable, very uncomfortable to let us go, because that's it. They are recruiting at outside, external place. So we observed that, and they did not inform. We saw everything. But at that time, we asked, we are not giving blow the whistle at that time. No, they do what they are doing. Okay, and then after that we have to send a letter that thank you for letting us to go to observe what you're doing, but it would be better if you can do this and this and this and this. Okay, the way that we do it, we try to make it and they make the researcher understand why this particular point has to be observed. There's a reason for that. Because if and not all of us, no, none of us would like to be, you have to do this because the rules say so. But if you tell them, you have to do this because the rules apply to that condition, that particular reason, I have faith that our researchers, most of researchers would be good people. They would not doing harm to their participants if they know that this is not something to do. So the way that I try to send message is that we try to do it to make them understand. It's not only the participants understand their research, but the researchers have to understand why these regulations that we pose apply to the Belmont's report. Something like that.
Thank you. I think more and more that you have to pay attention to the participant, as Christina mentioned, because in the future, there's going to be a lot of what we call decentralized clinical trial, where you have to get a lot of feedback from the participants. Even from the start, that you have to decide, when you decide the study, you have to get a lot of information from the participant so that you can make the procedure appropriately for the participants. So for the WHO, that's why you have to have what we call the channel for everybody to complain, no? And ethics committee also have to respond to all those queries, I think. Yes? Anybody else? Yes, please.
Namaste everyone. My name is Dortipte Sarial. I'm from Nepal. I'd just like to share my experience, as well as I have a couple of queries for the respected panel. So I'm involved in designing and implementing 2 clinical trials right now in Nepal, and what we realized that only 20% of eligible patients could be enrolled into our trials, like over the last 2 years. And when we looked into the reason for not being able to recruit the eligible patients, the number 1 reason was the denial for the consenting process. And we have trained our researchers, site leads, coordinators on GCP and other research methodologies. But what we have realized is our context is very different. We are part of this global collaborative trial. So this trial is being implemented across 300 sites across the globe. And there's lots of variation in the enrollment. And we realized that we haven't been able to get the public and patient engaged in our trials. And one of our colleagues from Pakistan has recently established a public and patient involvement and engagement group. And they have been having lots of success stories in getting, in getting the message across to the public. So in Nepal, we are planning, with NHRC, we are planning to establish something similar, a group where there will be representatives from public and patient, not only in the implementation, but the design and supervision and monitoring of the trial. So that's one of the plans that we are making together with NHRC, and we are looking for some funding to start the project. So that's just my experience, and one of the solutions that can be utilized for better acceptance, inclusiveness of the participants in trial. The other concern is related to the violation or the protocol deviation or adverse event. So in Nepal, like most of the studies, clinical trials are still either funded from grants. We have very minimal industry-sponsored trial. Most of them are in vaccines. The drug trials are still funded like they are part of the global trials. They're still funded by some not-for-profit funders or taxpayers' money. And, but the number of research projects are increasing. And I believe that there will be lots of industry-sponsored trials in near future. And recently, NHRC has drafted and approved clinical trial insurance policy, where these trials have to get the clinical trial insurance for all the participants. And the trials which have like funding or sponsors, it's easy for them. And it's easy for ERV and IRC to, you know, like to get the compensation, they can get the participant receive their compensation just in case they have to bear these consequences. My bigger concern is regarding the academic clinical trials, where they do not have monies. And if anything happens to the participants, the researchers, the institute, or the local IRCs are not able to compensate for the loss. So what's the approach in other countries when they approve this kind of academically or investigator-initiated, non-funded trials? Just I would like to know, like to hear from others. Thank you.
Right. I think that's what we've been talking about, that every country have difficulty with this compensation for the injuries. So each country have to make, have to think about your own mechanism how to deal with that. But it's a must that you have to take care of the injuries, no? So many different countries have different way of doing things. I think Sri Lanka and most of our university, the institution is the one that is responsible for it now in Thailand. But in some other country, they may have different mechanism, no? But you have to find some way somehow. You have to discuss how to compensate for the injury. But it's important also that about the monitoring that we try to promote right now, that you cannot just approve something and you don't follow up on that. You know, you cannot be so passive. You have to be more active. I mean the ethics committee, because at the moment, for those research, the investigators initiated studies, they, you know, sort of, I don't know. She trusts her researcher, but you know, in some author, you have to know your context, I think, and every country would have the different solution, I think. No, India, you want to say something?
Yeah, insurance for academic research is very difficult to get. What the ICMR guidelines has actually specified is that either the institution takes, again, it's the institutional responsibility, the institution takes group insurance or creates a corpus. These are the two things that the institution can do. And if the investigator is actually applying for grant, then the researcher can have a separate head for compensation. And a reasonable amount, if you put there, reviewers may not find it difficult to approve. So that's the way it is done, but still I would say that it's still a gray zone. Whereas for the sponsored trials, everything is fixed, formulas are there. I mean, initially the industry, you know, there was a hue and cry about it, but they have settled because they understand now it's not going to be a huge loss for them, which they thought, they were anticipating that they would have to you know, shell out a lot of money, but now they have understood it's just 2 or 3 cases where they'll have to spend money. But it's not the same with the academic research.
Yeah. Okay, you want to, but it's happening.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, no? In GCP, you will read certain portions there. It says investigator/institution. No? There's no separate section in GCP that defines the role of the institution. But in the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool, the role of the institution is very well defined, you know. And therefore, if something happens, institution should provide the care. You have hospitals. You provide free care in the hospital. The investigator provides free medical support, you know. So things like that, I think, would have to be in place, no? particularly in countries where we do not have the insurance system, and insurance is very expensive, you know. So I think the role of the institution is more important when it comes to academic researches. And in the US, when they sue the investigator, they sue the IRB, the institution, and the investigator all together. And you can find that in their legal cases. No? Arizona State University paid millions of dollars, no, to cover for, they would consider it negligence of the IRB, negligence of the investigator, and the institution is not providing adequate oversight. No? So I think that's the direction. No? And therefore, if we host a particular clinical trial, then the institution should be ready, at least at the very least, provide free care, take care of the SAEs, you know? And the investigator should also be able to do that. That's the, moral responsibility, no, of the investigator and the institution. So I think we should look at it that way.
I think in the WHO guideline also talk about the policy, the legal provision for the compensation for the injury resulting from the research. All right, any other contribution from the audience? I don't know what time do they eat in Nepal. What is your normal time for dinner? It seems now. Okay, in that case, I think we will thank you, the Professor Narapon, and we all can go back and find some, for those people from outside, find some local Nepalese food, which is very interesting. I tried that this lunch. So see you tomorrow. What time is it?
8:30.
8:30, please. Here?
Yeah.
Okay. So have a good rest. Prepare your energy for tomorrow, okay? We have many interesting topics.